Call to order the Siloam Springs Board of Directors meeting for July 15th, 2025. Roll call.
Blair.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Wiles.
Here.
Hunt.
Here.
Rissler.
Here.
Allen.
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
At this time, if you all will please stand with me as Director Blair leads us in a word of prayer. And then after that, if you will remain standing, we kind of have a little change in our schedule for the night. We are going to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance, but we're going to be doing something a little different. So thank you.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you so much for this another day. Thank you for this full house, for all the citizens and the children who are here tonight and everybody watching. Help us to leave our personal agendas, our outside motivations, everything at the door, and help us to make the best decisions for the citizens of this town, for the future of this town, and to do your will in all the big decisions and the small decisions. Help us to work well together even when we disagree. And watch over and bless this meeting, our city, and all the people in it. And thank you for all our many blessings. Amen.
Amen. So at this time, I don't know if everyone knows, probably not, but this last week we have had Constitution Camp, which has been a fantastic experience for these kids. I've heard nothing but positive things about that. So tonight, the participants in the Constitution Camp are going to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. They are going to recite the preamble. And then we have a special treat. We have a message, I believe, Tyler, from our governor, is that correct? And Senator Dees is going to help the kids. And so if you all will please remain standing while we're doing all of this, we appreciate it.
Say the pledge. You want to turn?
Here we go.
Behind this.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, City Board and Directors, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. The kids, we're going to talk more about Constitution Camp, but first, they have been practicing all day at Constitution Camp this week, and in fact, we had pocket constitutions that we handed out as well, and we were practicing the preamble. And so, kids, are you ready to recite the preamble of the Constitution? We ready? Here we go. We, the people of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. Let's give them a hand. Great job. All right, you guys can go sit over here, back over here.
You all may be seated. Thank you.
Well, if it wasn't for Schoolhouse Rock, I would not remember that. Schoolhouse Rock.
But Madam Mayor and Directors, thank you for letting us be here today in the Constitution Camp. We had such a great time. We had over 118 kids at camp just a few days ago, and it was unbelievable. We have a message from the governor that's going to welcome, that we gave to the kids as she welcomed them to camp. But I just want to say it was unbelievable. We had about 40 volunteers, adults that helped. But I'll tell you more about that. I would love for you to hear from our governor here as she welcomed the kids to Constitution Camp as well.
As we get closer to America's 250th birthday, I can't think of a better way to celebrate our country than by learning about our Constitution. To all the campers at this year's Constitution Camp, what a great way to spend your summer. And to Senator Tyler Dees and the other Arkansas leaders taking part, thanks for helping the next generation of Arkansans learn about what makes America so special. The Constitution laid down the basic laws and government of our country, but it's also a lot bigger than that. It speaks to our core values as Americans, values we should still uphold today. As the great President Ronald Reagan used to say, liberty is only one generation away from extinction. We have to get our kids excited about America if we want to keep our great country going. That's why what you're doing isn't just fun, it's also important. And I guarantee you that all of you are going to blow your teachers away when you get back to school next month. Thanks for being here, and on behalf of our entire state, have a great time at camp.
Isn't that cool? So neat.
As we get closer to America.
And so we were so thankful to be honored by that video from her. And I believe today we have a resolution we would like to present. Can I read that today?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And I'll try to show this way as well. This is signed by all the kids at camp. They signed this resolution. And for those who don't know, we voted for the city, what we believe this is the city favorite candy. And that's what this resolution is going to talk about today. Now, I can promise you we had a fair and upright election, okay? Each kid had to show ID. They only got to vote once. We had an election commissioner that was upstanding and made sure that we had a fair and legal count. But let me read what this resolution says. A resolution identifying Siloam Springs' official favorite candy as defined by the Constitution Camp of NWA. Whereas Constitution Camp NWA convened in July 2025 in the state of Arkansas, a state as defined by the U.S. Constitution as a republic form of government. And whereas the young citizens took part in a democracy vote. And whereas in accordance with Amendment 51, Section 12 of the Arkansas State Constitution, all participants provided proper identification. And whereas in accordance with Law 7-7-308, election official marked next to the voter's name on the voter registration list the election in which the voter chose to vote. And whereas the official results recognizing Sour Patch Kids as the official favorite candy of Siloam Springs by Constitution Camp NWA, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Directors here of Siloam Springs, Arkansas. The City Board of Directors accept the vote from Rising Patriots Constitution Camp NWA in identifying Siloam Springs' official favorite candy as the Sour Patch Kids. Congratulations, Sour Patch Kids. Good job.
I think it's not working. Oh. Tyler, do you mind telling us your favorite part of camp?
I would love to. This has been unbelievable, and we really need to make sure that we thank a few folks too about this camp. This could not happen without, like I said, 40 families and adults that came and volunteered their time. First Baptist Church let us have their facilities. We had the Siloam Springs Police Department had officers there to keep us safe. Officer Burden there, we want to shout him out. He did an amazing job. But really, Director Lisa Ressler, Kristen Hargett, and Gloria Morton were kind of the brainchild of this to bring it to our community. And it's really an awesome, this is year 2, and it's already grown. Like I said, about 118 students were able to come and participate. And it's really awesome. What did we do? We talked about our history. We talked about our founding fathers. We talked about the documents that helped create all of this, our form of government, our society. We talked about the Constitution. You heard them practice the Preamble. We talked about our Declaration of Independence. And we talked about the Trinity of American values and how it's printed on all of our money today. You can look on our coins, on our dollar bills, that there's 3 Trinity of American values. E pluribus unum, out of many one. We all have different ideas and different backgrounds, but we come together united for this great country. We talked about liberty. It's printed at the top of their quarter, and how we have the freedom to choose, the rights and freedoms to choose our own form of government. And you have a voice in that. All of us here, myself included, are from the voices of people that choose their form of government. And then finally, we talked about the third Trinity value of in God we trust. that our rights come from our Creator, not from government, but our inalienable rights are not given, that can't be taken away from people, but they're given from God above, and how beautiful that is, and how because of all those great things and our great history of almost 250 years ago, that our kids get to live in the greatest country in the world, and that they are the next future generation. And we don't take that lightly. And we have an obligation as a community to pour into that future. And so with my own kids there and my family there, it was an honor to get to talk about what we love about our country. And it's not perfect. We mess up, but we strive for greatness. And we can step forward knowing that this is the greatest country in the world. And so that was my favorite part, pouring into the next future leaders, the next board of directors, the next state senators, the next governor probably was in that camp. I believe it. And how great that we got to share what we love about this country. So thank you for letting Constitution Camp happen. Thank you for letting the kids be here today and letting us hopefully pass this wonderful resolution.
Thank you, Tyler. So,
My favorite part of camp? Just being with all the kids.
What's your favorite part of camp?
Seeing my friends.
I think the dance-off has been awesome.
The dance off when you did the worm. That was fun. Games. Yeah, games. Yeah. And the food. And the food. And crafts. Lunch.
Lunch.
Games and snacks.
What's your favorite part of camp?
Games and snacks. I liked the second craft.
Yeah?
Probably voted for candy.
The election.
America. I like doing the crafts. I like doing the games, and I like voting for the candy.
Seeing the excitement of the kids, just their eyes opening like, oh, I didn't know that, and they're learning new things. Being with kids.
Food. We played in the picnic.
What is your favorite part of camp?
Games.
Games.
I think the questions that the kids had. Kids just had some really phenomenal questions to ask us that I wasn't expecting, and so I'm really pretty proud of them. This is our future, and it feels really good.
My favorite part of camp has probably been just having fun with the kids, playing in the gym, watching them do crafts, talking to them. So a lot of really neat kids here. We've had a lot of fun.
Everything. Learning about the Constitution.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you, kids. We appreciate you so much. What an honor it is for me to be the mayor of a city that wants our future generation to know about our founding fathers and why we are who we are today. So thank you all for that very much. And so, directors, we have been presented a resolution by the Constitution Camp. So I would like to ask if I have a motion and a second to accept this resolution that was presented by our Constitution Camp, accepting Sour Patch Kids as the official candy of Siloam Springs.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. Thank you all very much.
I still wonder what happened to Kit Kat. Poor Kit Kat.
Poor Kit Kat, it lost out, David. We've moved on. So with that, we will move into our rest of our agenda for tonight. First, we will go to our public input time. And I would ask if there is anyone here that would like to address this board on any item that is not on our regularly scheduled agenda. There is not. Is there anyone here that would like to address the board on an item that is on our consent agenda tonight? And there is not. So we will move on to our presentation from Jason Davis with our Community Services Department presenting information about waste to energy.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Jason Davis, Community Services Director. So we have finished up our study over the waste to energy, and John Reardon will now do a presentation for you guys to give you all of the updates on what waste energy is about, the cost, and so on and so forth. So, John?
Hello. Madam Mayor, Board of Directors, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. So there's a lot of content, and I think getting some input, I'm going to streamline that a little bit and skip over some details and get to the meat of it, but I'll leave it open if there's any questions. Hopefully I can have the information to answer any questions. So we completed this study and giving it the title of Transforming Municipal Solid Waste Management in Northwest Arkansas, kind of a broader vision of, but also, you know, that we can address it in a regional sense. It's a problem that is really across the United States waste management, but also in particular in this community where there's a landfill that is under some stress and near full and things like that, needing to come up with some alternative solutions for the long term. So, and you can see in here some of the visuals of what we developed of the concepts, but I'll get into a little more detail on what that is here. So the objectives of the study, first, we want to find a viable solution to the growing waste disposal challenge in the community. And we want to consider the potential for a material recovery facility which extracts some value out of the waste and move towards a zero waste solution. And we want to define the material recovery facility scale and what are the products. We want to quantify the residues, the biomass residues, and estimate the green power potential from that, and then provide locally community benefits, including green power, jobs, and managing long-term disposal costs. So just as an illustration, this here is what we might call the mixed municipal waste here, all kinds of different things involved in there. And we would separate out the valuable materials from here. And then what's left over after extracting the valuables would be a biomass resource that would be useful for energy production. I'll skip over this, but this is just from an EPA study that approximately 30% of our municipal waste is recycled or composted today, and that's not quite enough to fully address the need, and so we need to do a little bit more. But this also shows what the trend is for the average production of municipal waste. It's around 4.91 pounds per person per day that we all generate in both residential and commercial businesses together. And so that's what we've used as the basis for the study. There was a review of the Benton County hauler data that we received, which showed that there was around 480, let me put my glasses on, sorry. So there's around 482,000 tons collected in 2024. And to compare that with the EPA factors, then what this tells us is that's a combination of the municipal solid waste, which is both residential, commercial, and then others, which is probably commercial, construction and demolition, and perhaps some other unknowns. But when we look at that, the municipal waste in the community is around 294,000 tons per year. And when we look at the combination of residential and commercial waste, we get this kind of mixture of materials. So if we kind of just briefly run through this, a big portion of it is food scraps, cardboard, paper, yard waste, the rubber, textiles, steel, wood waste, glass, and different types of plastics, and aluminum and steel. And these all contribute to the value, these last few, of what can be extracted. And I want to mention that I did make a correction in the results that we had presented previously in a community meeting. This is updated estimates for a size of a material recovery facility, assuming it would process just the municipal waste, would not be processing construction and demolition waste, but just the residential and commercial MSW. And based on the population, this is the forecasted production for different communities here from Siloam Springs, Rogers, Bentonville, Centerton, Bella Vista, Springdale, and some of the other surrounding rural communities, and Fayetteville, which is actually outside of the county, but just put it in there to give an idea of how, if it all came together, what it might look like. And with that all together, it looks like this community could support 2 50-ton-per-hour primary material recovery facilities. And so that's what we are recommending. I want to explain a little bit about what a material recovery facility is. So, and there are several different technology providers, and I think part of a future next steps would be to select the ultimate technology provider. But in concept, I'm showing some information from one of the providers that we did actually tour their facility with some board members. And what they use is a vision system, which uses alternative intelligence to identify what is on the belt, and then uses puffs of air to separate the different recyclables into different categories so that it can be monetized as a product. So when we look at the population of this combined community, the population is 432,000 of Benton County plus Fayetteville, and that would result in just under 400,000 tons per year of MSW projected in 2025. And the assumption is the material recovery facility would operate 16 hours a day, 5.5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, which is 440 hours per year. So when we work that out, that works out to pretty close to 100 tons per hour overall. So what this facility would do, there would be 2 steps. One is a primary separation and then a secondary separation. The primary separation separates mixed recyclables from essentially the residue biomass. And the secondary facility would separate the mixed recyclables into individually separated products for sale. And so in this chart, the biggest revenue stream would actually come from, is from the aluminum. And the second one is from the polyethylene terephthalate, which is basically what's in this bottle. This is plastic 1. So aluminum and plastic 1 are the primary ones. And then when you go down the line here, cardboard is another high value, steel, and then we get into the other different types of plastics that also have some value and can be separated. And then we get into some that are not as valuable, like glass and things like that. But ultimately, they would all be removed. The residue that would be produced would maybe have some trace of these different materials, but essentially a biomass type material. So that biomass material, which is the food waste, the yard waste, all that kind of stuff, could be then used for fuel for a biomass power generation system that it would be on the order of 20 to up to 30 megawatts of gross power generation. Some of that power would be consumed to run the facility, approximately 3 to 5 megawatts, and the rest could be exported and sold to generate revenue. So we used, as a basis of estimate, the commercial price of electricity that's currently published on the Siloam Springs website to calculate what that revenue could be. And so depending on the moisture content and how much of the paper and cardboard is actually collected, you can see the range of combined total revenue of recyclables plus power is in this range here. So that's what this is essentially illustrating, is that there's we can make a decision, or operators of the facility can make a decision on recycling more paper or less paper, and it appears that recycling a little bit less paper actually helps the overall total revenue, is what we found. And so that actually gives the opportunity to use spot pricing to maximize revenue for things like cardboard and things like that. So here's a sort of artist rendering, more of just to illustrate the concept of what we're talking about. So if you can see this, the diagram's a little small, but if you look up here, you can see, the trucks would come, either the local trash trucks or a truck that would bring from a separate larger facility into this facility, go over a weigh scale, and then go into the primary separation. The primary separation, like I mentioned, we separate the mixed recyclables that goes into a secondary processing that separates into individual recyclable products that are sold. And then the biomass residues would come over and go into the power boiler and with emissions control, and ultimately put electricity onto the grid. So that's the illustration of the concept. And as we've done this work, we've heard some different terminology, and I want to use that as an opportunity to clarify what we mean. The term incineration has come up, and this oftentimes conveys the idea of mass burn. So you basically take everything all together, the plastic, all the recyclables, all the biomass in one lump and just drop it in the furnace. And there are technologies that do that. And we actually did get a budgetary price for one of those types of technologies. But I want to point out some of the differences between that and what we're targeting. So with the approach that I'm describing here is the material recovery facility plus the biopower compared to the mass burn. So in the mass burn, it's the incineration of unsorted trash, and it provides no value-added products other than what you can then screen out at the bottom of the furnace. And whereas the material recovery facility provides the opportunity for new value-added product streams, and then the mass burn, provides no feedstock cleaning. It does not provide removal of chlorinated plastics, and because of that, there's higher potential for toxic air emissions and more corrosion potential, and the equipment is actually more expensive, higher capital cost. So ultimately, the incineration will also have reduced community benefits because there are fewer jobs created, whereas on the material recovery facility side, there'd be greater community benefits with more jobs created, more local economic benefits by recovering valuable materials. And then it's actually a lower cost equipment because of if we remove the chlorinated plastics from the feedstock, then it allows us to use more lower cost materials of construction for the power boiler. So in one of the systems would use not just the AI and the visual systems, but also special detectors which look at infrared spectra to identify the chlorinated plastics and make sure they stay out of the stream. So it's a cleaner way to do the overall process. So without going into a tremendous amount of detail, this is just a flow sheet of the idea that we talked about. So 100 tons per hour coming in the plant gate, 250 ton per hour primary separation systems, one smaller, roughly 25 ton per hour secondary sortation, separates into individual products, and then the biomass goes to the boiler. And we make roughly 25 megawatts net with a steam turbine. This is a little more detail, flow diagram. I'll skip over that. We did explore a few different technology options, and without belaboring the point too much, I just want to point, because we did get a question at the community meeting that we had in May, is did you consider gasification? And the answer is yes, we did. We actually did talk to Enerchem, and I also recently talked to Sungas Renewables. And I am under a non-disclosure agreement on some of the details, but in concept, the gasification is a very interesting technology that can be used to make higher value products. Rather than power, it can make, say, a methanol or a fuel product. But the capital cost is significantly higher, and I'll share some information that I pulled from public information to give you. Just here's one of the references is basically a $2 billion product processing about 1,000 tons per day, where we're processing roughly 1,600 tons per day. So it gives you an idea the capital cost is significantly higher. It does make a higher value product, but it's a lot of capital to process. So we also did talk to companies that provide the mass burn incineration. So you can see there's like a big chute here, and a claw would take a big bundle of all the trash and drop it into the furnace. And they have high-tech materials and high residence time to allow you to be able to process all the different waste streams. But the package cost of this is quite high as well. I'll show you on another slide. So we looked at mass burn, gasification. Then we looked at modular power boilers. So it would take, say, up to 7 of these small modular biomass power boilers. They're lower cost. They're built in the factory. But because it takes a lot of it, it doesn't have the economy of scale. So it ends up being just a little bit more expensive than if we did just one unit. This is from Babcock and Wilcox Renewables. They're a very renowned boiler manufacturer. And if we have the cleaner feedstock, they can offer a lower cost boiler that basically is a bubbling fluidized bed with a simple single pass furnace, and then conventional gas cleaning to do the combustion. And then you make steam, superheat the steam, and then the steam is used in a turbine to make power. And so those are the basic 4 different concepts. And one final concept should we dry the feedstock because it is kind of wet or not? And so I also looked at that. Now these are high level with some detailed study. These could move around. So this is capital cost. So the mass burn is over $500 million, which is a fairly high cost. And an estimate of a scaled down gasification system using publicly available information, somewhere around $700 million. And then if we look at the modular biopower system or the modular boilers, they're a little bit more than 300 million. And if we use the larger single boiler, it's around 290 million. That's the complete project with the material recovery facility and everything all together. And then if we add a dryer in the mix to use waste heat for drying, it allows you to get a little bit more power out, but a little bit more capital. And it didn't seem to move the economics significantly within margin of error. So can't say that will add a whole lot of value, but it was something we looked at. So ultimately, the approach that looks to be the most promising is the combination of an advanced material recovery facility with a cleaned biomass power boiler. And this is an artistic rendering of the conceptual system. So here's some high bay buildings where the primary material recovery facility is. So each one of these groups of buildings here would be a 50 ton per hour primary separations. There'd be a conveyor across here to this other building over here, which would be the 25 ton per hour secondary separation, and then some storage and load out. And then the biomass generation would go into this power boiler building. There might be some short-term storage for the operating time of there'd be target of 7,500, 8,000 hours operation for the power boiler, whereas only 4,400 hours of operation for the material recovery facility. So that is the concept. Here's a concept for an administration building, and kind of painting the picture of kind of making a community education opportunity, being able to bring in kids who could learn more about, what happens with the waste, and also learn about just some of the energy generation technologies and how we can make power. And so that's what these illustrations are. And just to get into some of the study, and I'll begin to skip now ahead, but basically there was a site selection that looked at a few different options for sites, scored them on different priority ranking criteria, and it looked like the East Ashley facilities seemed to hit all the metrics the best, but there are a couple of other options which would also be acceptable and could be considered. And then we get into the economics. Now, it might be hard to see from a distance, but let me just try to illustrate what this is. So the left chart we looked at the capital cost sensitivity. So the nominal estimate is 290 million within a certain margin of error based on the level of engineering that we've done. So call it roughly plus or minus 30%. We did get equipment quotes for all the major components, but we didn't do a further level of detail. So it's within that margin of error. There's a probability that it's within that margin. So, and we looked at sensitivity in the economics if the cost was 30% more or if it was 15% less. And you can see the return on investment here ranges from, roughly 18% to 20% at the nominal capital cost. If we can drive down the capital cost, we can push that up. If the capital cost is a little higher, that would go down a little bit. So in the range of 15% to 23% roughly overall. These different curves represent interest rates for how it might be financed. So the current concept that we did the analysis on assumes a 20% bond that would anchor the project, about 50% debt, and about 30% equity. So in some concept, it could be a public-private partnership, and it's not required that it be executed that way. This is just what we assumed for the analysis. And so that equity could be brought in by, private venture or even the city itself. And with the debt, 50% debt, using different interest rates, as I understand from some of the board members who've been helping provide me some information, that there's some potential to access some low-interest loans. And so you can see these different curves show the impact of the different low-interest loan options. And then the chart on the right shows what the return on investment would be with different other incentives. So there are some tax incentives, even though this is a nonprofit organization as a city, there still is potential to get what are paid incentives. So a production tax credit or an investment tax credit, which helps buy down the capital or give some additional payments for the electricity that's sold. So those tend to have also an impact, and there's some details in those. It has to do with whether union labor is used for construction and other things like that. So looking at these different incentive packages can also influence the return on investment. You can see in the best case scenario, there's quite a boost in the return on investment. So it would range in the nominal case, if we're doing 50% debt, we look at right here. This is where, so ranging again from the 18 to 30% return on investment. So that is basically the conclusion of the economic analysis and the results. And the final kind of wrap up is that we evaluated some potential funding sources as well. So there are, in summary, there's federal grants where there's some different programs. Some of these may be in flux, were applicable in previous years, and what the plans are in the future also needs to be evaluated. But in addition to state grants, low interest loans, and I think even just the low interest loans could really be an enabling thing for this project. So there's Arkansas Community Assistance Grant, there's a Title 17 Clean Energy Financing, Electric Infrastructure Loans Guarantee Program, and things like that. And then the federal tax credits that I mentioned before, the Section 488E investment tax credit, the Section 45Y production tax credit, and then traditional financing, which would be municipal revenue bonds, green bonds, and private debt. And then I gave a little information here from some discussion with some banks, loan approval requirements, site control, feedstock assurance, the commercially available de-risked technology, and then the basic quantified capital operating and business plan pro forma, and then some sort of a defined ownership structure. So finally, in the next steps, I would say this would conclude our service of what we have proposed to do, but we would make ourselves available to assist the city further in a bridge towards gaining the funding at your request. But basically, we could support you as needed, and support you in the fundraising, But one of the other next steps might be to, at some point, and it doesn't have to be immediately, but establishing an entity under which the public and the private entities could participate in shared equity of the project. They support in developing further financials, and we would offer an engineering scope and a budget for a phase 2 engineering to be approved by the city, and then we would at some point kick off that phase 2 engineering, deliver that, issue a bid package, select a contractor, and that would have to be directed on how the city would go about selecting a construction contractor, qualifying them, and then getting indicative bids on pricing, and then ultimately going for a little more detail and getting a firm fixed price for the construction, and then issue all the documents for construction. So that's basically what is in a nutshell what the steps are. And this is an illustration from of a project life cycle from the process industry practices. And this is where we are, is kind of in this phase 1. And so there's additional phases of engineering, and then you get into pre-construction and construction, and then ultimately startup. So this can be used as a reference to guide what the next steps are. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So directors, I'll ask if you have any comments or questions at this time.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Where are there facilities like this using the same technology in the United States?
Okay. So there's a number of different facilities. There's some in Washington, California. We actually toured one in Norfolk, Virginia. And then one of the development facilities also just outside of Boulder, Colorado.
And I don't mean the recycling part.
Okay.
I mean the biomass.
Biomass, sure.
The biomass boiler, like that uses, I know the one in Spokane is old technology. Where is one that uses what you're talking about using in the United States?
Okay. I'll have to get a reference from Babcock and Wilcox for their project references. I get you a list of their projects. But there are, for biomass boilers, there are dozens of these biomass boilers throughout the United States. The modular biopower systems, for example, that we also investigated, there's actually one here in Arkansas.
Is it the same technology you want to use?
It's basically the same technology, smaller scale. This is a little bit larger scale. But as far as the Babcock and Wilcox list of references, I could have to follow up with you on that.
And I'd also like to know how long they've been up and running, not just what uses the exact same that you want to do, and how long has it been up and running. So,
okay, sure, thank you.
That'd be great.
We'll follow up on that, and I can include that. And we've issued the Rev A for kind of internal comment. We can issue the Rev D, and I'll make sure we address that question for you.
Anyone else? Lisa?
Are you recommending a city-private partnership, or are you recommending the city do this solo?
So it's really up to you and how you'd like to execute it. So for the economic analysis, the assumption was 20% bond, 50% debt, and then the balance equity, and that could be city equity as well. It could be different communities participating in equity, or it could be also a public-private partnership. It's really up to you.
You don't have a specific recommendation?
No, but it is a concept that could be considered, because with a potential return on investment in this range, it could look attractive for private investment.
Andy?
So, talking about the return on investment, did I understand you to say that that was based on usage by all the different cities that were outlined in the first one or two slides?
Yeah, that is based on 100 tons per hour of material coming in the plant gate for a 20-year evaluation cycle, and that includes roughly 1 year for engineering and another. It was about a 2-year cycle for engineering and construction, basically, what was assumed in the analysis. So I think I may need to ask you to repeat your question to make sure I'm answering it.
Well, I think you did. I think you're saying that the return on investment is dependent upon what numbers you're coming up with are dependent upon all of these cities using the service. Mm-hmm. Have we talked to all these cities? Do we know that they're interested in something like
Right.
this?
Okay, so yeah, thank you. So what the assumption for the economics is just 100 tons per hour regardless of where it comes from.
Okay.
So, and I basically
But we don't
showed
re- we
where
don't
it
generate
could
that
come
much.
from
Okay.
would be the major cities in Benton County plus Fayetteville would do 100 tons per hour.
But we ourselves don't come up with nearly
No,
that much.
no, Siloam Springs by themselves would not hit the, would not be able to supply that much material, yeah. But one of the things is too, there are different scales of these facilities, so you could do, they have them in 25 ton per hour and 50 ton per hour sizes, if you will. And so Siloam Springs would be even below the 25 ton per hour scale. But the
So you could
economics are
start with
better.
something smaller, you're saying?
You could, now the economic return is better at the larger scale than at the smaller scale.
If you get the customer base.
Yeah, right.
So, but is it something that if you started on a smaller scale, you could build on that?
You could start even like on a pilot program, or you could start with a smaller scale. You could even start with just the material recovery facility without the biomass power system. We'd have to find a place to put the biomass. What do we do with it? Do we compost it? Is it just buried in the landfill? If you bury it in landfill, the downside is all those organic matter, and this happens today, is converted into methane, which can then be emitted into the atmosphere. And it creates an obligation for a landfill operator to maintain that for up to 30 years after they close. So all those emissions would be generated from the fermentation of that feedstock. Whereas if we were to process it, that wouldn't be a concern for long term.
So your current recommendation is to go with the bigger and at about roughly 300 million, give or take 30%.
Correct, yeah. When discussing with the material recovery facility provider, they said, oh, your economics are definitely gonna look a lot better 100 ton per hour than at say 25 or 50 tons per hour. And in the scale of the boiler itself it's just one boiler. But there could be a configuration that's smaller scale, and it takes 7 of those small modular boilers, so you can imagine 1/7 of the scale could be done, but it won't have the same economic return. It would, because there's just a certain amount of effort that has to go to put together a project, and it might not even actually have a payback, if it's too small. But it doesn't have to be those particular communities either. It could be other communities in adjacent county.
I would be more comfortable if we had some commitment from some communities before we
Agree.
pursue,
Right.
spending that kind of money. But you've given us some helpful information.
Right. So I think what this does is paints a picture of what it is, and then once there's some more definition of what it is, then you could use that information to get engagement from participating communities. And I think we provided a draft kind of conceptual letter that was actually provided from one of the material recovery facility providers, which is sort of a letter of commitment or letter of interest. So one step could be to get the letters of interest from the different communities and see what level you can get to, and then begin to negotiate how those communities work together to benefit all. And this is an interesting thing is, there's a thing called, in game theory, can you get a bunch of people to work together for the common good, or does everyone want to do what's best for themselves? But I think if the communities can come together, it'll benefit everybody.
And Mayor,
Yes.
when you talk about, I understand there are a difference whenever you say if we do it large scale. If we do it smaller, are we looking at 30 million versus 300 million? Are we looking at 150 million versus 300 million? What's the difference?
Right, so we could parse it, different ways. Let's say we just focus on material recovery and not the biomass conversion. Then you could probably get into it for around 1/3 of the capital price. Still process the same volume, but you'll only get about half of the revenue. So you get the revenue from the recyclables, but then you'd have to figure out what's the disposal for the biomass, and is there any additional cost? And so without having done that economic analysis, I can't say, but just just high level, I would say 1/3 of the capital. You would get about, I think it's around $20 million in gross revenue for the recyclables, but you have operating costs, possibly in disposal as well, that could be in the same range, but I'd have to evaluate in more detail.
Okay. Can you clarify, like, for example, when we think about what this can do for the environment and stuff, and the first thing I think of in our community, because I did go to a meeting from ADEQ in Tawnytown, and the issues that we are having with the Tawnytown dump over there, and the medical issues and stuff that they have over there, is the idea that we can take that landfill and actually empty it and process it, or is it all new trash?
So the idea of recovering from landfill, to me, would be quite of a daunting task to do, although I think I've heard people consider things like that. I think that I don't know how feasible that would be to actually mine the waste, so to speak. And if it took 30 years to fill it, it might take 30 years to empty it, you know. But I would think what you can do, you know, what they should have done in the original, you know, in the original design, I assume they did, is that there's properly lined, and that there's legal requirements for what it takes to open up a class 1 landfill processing municipal waste. It should be lined. You should be able to manage the water and runoff. And then after it closes, they would need to monitor the landfill gas production for, I believe it's 30 years is the requirement. But if we do this, you wouldn't have that long-term obligation, because you're going to consume the biomass material immediately. And because you're not burying it in the ground, there isn't that potential for it to disperse. You know, and I want to emphasize that, you know, a landfill probably has proper technology to contain it, at least that's the idea. But in this case, everything would be contained and consumed immediately. And so that should reduce, you know, be more environmentally beneficial. And one last comment on landfill gas. Landfill gas can also be a good, important resource, you know, to collect it and gather it and make renewable energy out of it. But also it's difficult to completely assure that you're not emitting something. So you can pump it down. If you pump it down really hard, you can pull air in, and that affects, it's kind of a challenging thing. It can be done, and it is often done, and can be done very well. But if methane escapes to the atmosphere, it's much more aggressive as a greenhouse gas than just carbon dioxide that would be emitted. And in fact, the biomass itself is considered renewable. So essentially, you know, in the grand balance, the sun and plants pull that CO2 out of the atmosphere, and then we release it back up. And so it should be basically carbon neutral. And that would be one of the reasons, or one of the requirements for accessing some of the production tax credits and investment tax credits that we investigated. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I was kind of wanting to see if it would solve some of the problems that we've seen recently and participated in some of those meetings, especially the Tawnytown is an issue.
I think in terms of setting up for the future, it would set it up, be a cleaner, healthier way to, in my opinion, process it. It wouldn't necessarily address the past problems, and I think that is a different kind of task. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
So I love technology. I'm all about conservation. I understand the big picture. Just up front, a couple of concerns is based on volume, because really I'm coming on the backside of this, because this discussion started prior to me coming on the board. You know, volume, large volume is really what we were looking for, because it was a revenue generator. So that's kind of, for me, that's still the focus, is generating long-term revenue for the next generation off of our waste. I love the rendering here of our present site, but I just think with the truck traffic required to get that volume, it feels a little landlocked. That would be a concern of mine. The other concern is just listening and talking to other cities. They're using third-party contractors for sanitation. So we're not only dealing with a city, but we might be dealing with CARD or another contractor. So that kind of complicates things in there. It's something to consider. But I feel like right off the bat, we need to tie in with Senator Dees, get down to the state capitol, and just see if there's interest at that state level that we can generate interest and revenue, because we have some big numbers are floating around the city right now. It's a little concerning. So we need that partnership down there. And is your company willing, or are we in that cost now that that's something you would be willing to do with the city staff? If they set up a meeting with contacts at the state level, because we're really Northwest Arkansas, this could be huge. But we're gonna need that state and federal money at a very high level. That's just my feeling on it. I like the presentation. I love the concept. You know, we're all in. We just have to make the number. I think it's about making numbers work.
Right, yeah, thanks, Brad. Can I comment on your, this may not be an
If you can remember what I said, you bet, man.
So I think one thing is, the last thing you said, are we willing to work with you and support you as you do those interactions with stakeholders, material providers, senators, congressmen? Yes. We'd like to do whatever we can to help. And I've told Jason before, and I sincerely mean this, this is the most important project for our company. Like this is important. It could have a huge impact for this community. And from my perspective, this is what makes sense to me on what we should be doing with our waste. We should be recovering the value out of it. There's aluminum, you know, rather than, you know, I don't want to offend anybody, but we could buy aluminum from Canada, or we could recover it ourselves. We may still have to buy some aluminum from Canada. We can make steel locally. We can recover steel. Those buildings could be built with up to 50% recycled steel material. So that recovering steel can be something we can use in America for other construction projects. So in terms of revenue, this could generate revenue for the community, approximately 100 jobs, but also multiplied impact, which might create other jobs. And so I've done this kind of analysis, but it's just direct jobs, 100 direct jobs of operators and technicians and people working on it. But the economic impact is probably beyond that because of those people working, the revenue generated, and what could be done with it. It does look like it would provide a return for the investment. It is a big investment, and it probably is going to take more, more parties than just the city itself to get it done. But it looks like it could benefit broadly the community. What else did you have?
I'll just say that, so the footprint, my concern there would be where it's at now.
Yeah.
What, long-term as we go forward, what's the transition plan? Because we just can't stop generating waste, you know what I mean, as we develop the site.
Okay, so there were multiple sites, and there are, I think there's one or two others that are good contenders that might have a better, as far as the truck traffic consideration. But this one, I think one of the reasons why it scored some points is because this is what the use is currently. It's actually currently doing a material recovery separation at a certain scale. So it was already kind of the particular use, but there is at least one other site and maybe another. It has to do with whether the city owns it or it's owned by a private party and what the challenges are acquiring in that. But essentially, those are all, I think it could be other sites as well. But we looked at how it would fit on this site, and I have some concepts for at least one other site. So this is around 15 acres. There's another site that's around 20 acres, and I think it has a different, traffic access. So, yeah.
Anyone else? If
Madam
not,
Mayor.
yes, go ahead, Reed.
With this plant, we're definitely going to need to find a way to stop putting it in the ground. When we're supposed to be doubling here between 2020 and 2040 in population, I think this does make good sense for us moving forward. But I would definitely agree with Director Burns on we're going to need some help. These are big numbers for our community, but I do not see where putting trash in the ground has a future. In fact, it may have already gone too far, but that's not my area of expertise. But I do like what this does, and I would like to see us take steps to see how we can accomplish this as a community, as Northwest Arkansas, as the state of Arkansas, and how this can be done financially to where it's a benefit, or a win-win, that we don't see our city hurting from it, but it actually it can be benefit. Thank you for the presentation.
Can I make a couple comments?
Yeah, I was
Or
going
go
to
ahead.
I was going to make a few comments real quick. First, Mindy, you were talking about the amount of waste. Just to let you know, Siloam produces around 200 tons of MSW a day. Fayetteville does around 400, so I'm at 600 tons right there just with 2 cities. So getting the waste is not a problem at all. After talking with some of the communities, because I did go reach out to City of Fayetteville and a few other ones, they are definitely very interested in it. Most of them are under contract with Waste Management for the landfill, so they can't say, yes, we want to do this until they're out of their contract. So those contracts usually last 3 years. So just giving you guys an update, we just signed ours last year. Fayetteville just signed theirs. Most people did theirs last year. So they're 3 years away, 2.5 years away before they're able to commit to anything else.
But this would be a couple, 3 years away.
Exactly, yes. And I spoke with them too, and what they are wanting to do, most of the cities, they're going to request for a 1-year contract instead of a 3-year contract if we were able to move forward with this. That way they're not tied down to the Waste Management landfill. The last point I'd like to make is the amount of electricity that it produces is what Siloam produces in a day. So if we're looking at, when I talked to Phil, the peak for Siloam was like 23 megawatts, somewhere in there. That's what this plant will produce after we take out supplying the facility. So we're almost supplying Siloam with the electricity that we're currently buying, if that makes sense. So.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Brett.
Yeah, hey, Jason, so underneath that with our JDR contract, we can subsidize 20% of electrical. I know you're looking at me, but I feel real good about that because we've had a lot of workshops.
Yeah.
And we talked about green and going solar.
Right.
So, you know, producing that much, at the end of the day, we do have a contract.
Right.
So I just wanted to keep us in mind, let's not get super.
So when
So
Phil
how would that
did
work?
talk with
Yes,
them, GRDA, they were actually wanting us to do this because they're gonna have to build another plant if we don't do something. We're pulling in that much. So we've already spoken with GRDA.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
I'll just say I appreciate our city evaluating the concept of waste to energy. As far back as I remember, our city has usually strived for being on the forefront of ideas for future progress. But I can tell you, just as a site potential, the old canning plant you're talking about, might as well mark it off. I'm friends with the owners. They're never gonna go
Right.
for that, and they have other plans for that, so.
Well, the other thing we found out about that one too, Director Allen, was there's not a substation close by. So that would cost us a lot of money to be able to, we have to be somewhat close to a substation. So there was a spot that the city owns, but we've got it earmarked right now. There's several spots, you know, that's something that we'd have to just look at and see what would work best for the city at that time if we move forward with it.
Thank you, Jason, very much. And John, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. So with that, we will move into our consent agenda, which tonight only has one item. That is regular meeting minutes from July 1st, 2025. Directors, do I have a motion to approve this consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next is our staff reports, second quarter 2025 nonprofit reports. I believe that everyone has received a copy of those. So I would just ask Mary, if you would like to come forward, and then our Main Street is next, and then Chamber of Commerce. Directors, if you have any questions for them from the reports that you received, we'll let you ask those questions, but for the sake of time, we're going to kind of keep this very brief. So do you all have any questions for Mary about the report that you've gotten? If not, is there anything that's coming up that you want to announce very quickly?
I did want to mention that I just like y'all to keep on your radar a little bit. There'll be a major event coming in November that the museum is going to use as a kickoff to the 250th birthday of America. We had a lady named Maggie Smith did the bicentennial book about Siloam Springs, and we're going to honor her at a banquet in November this year and kick off that 250th anniversary for us. So,
Thank you very much. Appreciate that and what you do.
thank
Madam
you.
Mayor,
Yes, David?
out of all of our reports, Mary, yours are the most thorough. There are multiple pages. You give a great deal of detail, and I really sincerely appreciate it. You have an interesting report every time, and I appreciate it so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Main Street. Directors, questions for our Main Street? I guess you're not actually the director, are you? Is Stacy still the director? Is that
Yes,
correct?
Stacy is still the director. I'm just filling in for the
Well,
day.
that's fine. You do a good job, so thank you for that. Directors, any questions? No? Any announcements that you would like to make that's not in your report?
Our biggest thing coming up currently is just still working on our collaboration with the chamber and the city for Fourth Friday, and we have that coming up at the end of this month on the Fourth Friday, which is July 25th. So that's Art Fest, and we're excited to continue that event. So
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Yes. And Chamber. Any comments or questions for Lindsay? No? Any announcements that you need to make other than one very important one about somebody?
I wish I had an announcement that I could make tonight. No, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware today was Arthur's last day. So we had a great going away gathering for him today. Thank you to many of you who joined us for that. I do not have any information that I can share tonight, but hopefully by the end of the week you will hear some exciting news from us. So in the meantime, until that person fills that seat, you're welcome to reach out to me and I'll help in any way that I can. And then Nick Brashler, our board chair, is here tonight as well. And so the two of us will be kind of filling that spot. I think it may take two of us for a little while to fill all that he did. So we wish Arthur the best, and we're excited for where we're going from here.
He was like an Energizer bunny.
Hey, that's right.
Never without energy.
Yeah, I think tomorrow morning we may just all take a deep breath.
Day of rest.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Appreciate that. And Nick, is there anything you'd like to say? No? Well, I know it's going to be an exciting time for the chamber as you all move forward. So thank you all for what you do and for being partners with the city as we move forward. So with that, we will then move to our April financials, which Christina probably just...
Yes, the April financials were included in the agenda packet, and if you have any questions, just contact me or Kim Williams. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. With that, we will move to our contracts and approvals. Contract amendment, Parks and Recreation, the Twin Springs Renovation Engineering, Freese and Nichols for $71,540. Travis?
Good evening, Mayor, Board. Travis Cheney, Parks and Recreation Manager. Y'all have before you tonight for consideration an amendment to our contract with Freese and Nichols to expand their engineering services into renovating historic Twin Springs. Y'all probably remember this picture from a couple weeks ago when we were talking about the park. Here it was 125 years ago, and here's what it looks like today. And as a reminder, where we're coming from on this, beginning in 2001 and perhaps earlier, the city's performed several studies on Sager Creek, trying to identify high priorities for enhancement. And in every one of these studies since 2001, restoring Twin Springs has been a priority. In 2022, the board voted on a board goal to implement the recommendations of the Sager Creek Advisory Committee. Some of those recommendations included repairing a bluff overhang on Sager Creek, building a potential river walk, restoring Twin Springs, repairing historic dam structure, repairing some fountains and some retaining walls. In 2023, staff went out for RFQ and selected Freese and Nichols as the most qualified firm. And we brought a contract back to the board. And out of cost concerns, that contract was just reduced to focusing on the bluff overhang and the dam repair. That study or that engineering has wrapped up. They have an opinion of probable cost of $700,000 just for the bluff overhang. But Twin Springs Basin, the Twin Springs Park, continues to be a high priority to the community. And from a practical perspective of construction, you can see that bluff overhang terminates right into Twin Springs. And so it's the opinion of staff that if we were going to move forward with construction on a bluff overhang, you're going to save a significant amount of money in mobilization and environmental permitting, in time and labor, if you combine these two projects as one project. And so with that, the board approved $60,000 in this current year's capital budget for Parks and Recreation to move forward with the engineering of restoring the Twin Springs Basin. After submitting an attorney review, it was the opinion of council that because we had included this in the original scope of the contract, we could simply add it as a contract amendment with Freese and Nichols, which we have done and which you have in front of you. And their scope amendment includes the engineering, the environmental permitting, and bid phase services if we were to go out to bid. I have been asked to say that there is a potential grant source for construction after we complete engineering and design that could potentially fund up to 2/3 of the total cost of construction of this portion of the project. And with that, I'm open to any questions the board may have.
Thank you, sir. Directors, any questions or comments for Travis? There is not. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this contract amendment? There is not. So directors, do I have a motion to accept or approve the contract amendment for $71,540?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler? Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you, Travis. With that, we will move to the contract amendment, Public Works, Street Division, with First Star Construction, adding 4,500 of linear feet, 6-inch French drain with filter fabric, Sager Creek Edition, Bird Streets for the rebuild, not to exceed $78,750. Dennis?
Madam Mayor, Board, Dennis Kendi, Interim Public Works Director, bring a recommendation for you all to approve for the 4,500 linear feet of French drain. This will be to aid in dewatering the project so that construction can continue. We're having lots of groundwater issues over there, and we need to be able to move forward with construction. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Dennis. Directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I just
Betsy.
wanted to say, I know people who live over there, and they're so grateful for the streets and
how well it's going, and very, very appreciative. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone in the audience that would like to address contract amendment? If not, directors, do I have a motion to approve the contract amendment for the 4,500 linear feet of the 6-inch French drain with filter fabric?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you, Dennis. With that, we will move to ordinance 25-19. This is the third reading, naming of Siloam Springs Memorial Park. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance to establish the name boundaries, parking areas, and facilities of the Siloam Springs Memorial Park and set hours of operations. As a note, the boundary was revised to include all of Twin Springs Park, naming change to honor the memorial and the historic Twin Springs name in park-wide. If you have any additional questions, I can stand for those now. I would point out that I did have one question about parking lot G, which is on the north end, and there is in the ordinance an allowance by the city administrator to allow shared parking with the surrounding businesses.
Thank you, sir. Directors, comments or questions for Chris? There is not. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-19? There is not. Do I have a motion to place ordinance 25-19 on its third reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-19, an ordinance naming the parks located at 205 East Jefferson Street and establishing boundaries, properties, and hours of operation therein.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-19?
Madam Mayor, I make that motion
Yes.
to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Ordinance 25-19 is adopted. Next is ordinance 25-20. This will be the third reading, vacation of a utility easement at 311 North Simon Sager Avenue. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Just a reminder, this is vacating the unneeded utility easement that will be shifting north with an associated lot line adjustment. This is the third reading, and we have not received any additional questions or comments since the second reading, and we're available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Directors, comments or questions? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-20? There is not. So do I have a motion to place ordinance 25-20 on its third reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-20? I'm sorry, Christina.
Ordinance number 25-20, an ordinance vacating and abandoning utility easements at 311 North Simon Sager Avenue.
Thank you, ma'am. Now do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-20?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Ordinance 25-20 is adopted. Next is ordinance 25-22, third reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from PD to I-1, the 500 block of North Progress Avenue. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, current planner. This is a third reading for a rezoning request located at the 500 block of North Progress Avenue. As a reminder, the applicant is requesting to rezone the southern portion of Lot 1 of the reserve subdivision consisting of 11.1 acres from PD Plan Development to I-1 Industrial. The applicant is also requesting to amend the future land use designation for the southern portion of the property from mixed-use centers to industrial to allow for the proposed industrial use. Since the previous reading, staff has received a request from the applicant to amend the ordinance to, as presented, from I-1 to I-2 light industrial. The letter was provided to the board but was not provided in the packet, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Betsy.
I was not able to go on the field trip. I had doctor appointments that day. So I called the mayor of Berryville, and I spoke with his assistant in the morning, and then I spoke with him in the afternoon because I wanted to know about the smell and what it was like. Both the mayor and his assistant said that it's been a huge asset to their town. They've been really pleased with it. They have had no complaints. There was an issue, and it had to do with eggshell or grit was getting into the wastewater system. And it caused, which everybody else I asked who lived there said, there was a problem once, so it must have been bad. The smell or something, because of the grit going into the wastewater system, clogged up their sewer system, their lift station. The plant people immediately corrected it, and there's been no issue since then. So I reached out to our wastewater superintendent and said, what do you think? Here's the deal. Here's what I've been told. He said he had a questionnaire that he had sent out, and so he was gathering information. And he said Berryville, I guess, didn't require permit to go into wastewater. But what our wastewater superintendent did say is that Chris Paxton could make it part of the requirement to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I think we need to stay on, if this were to go forward, we need to stay on top of that. That so far has been the only issue. I also realized I have friends who used to live there. So I asked them to reach out to as many friends as possible and get their input. And again, they said, it's been an asset, it's been wonderful. I guess it's even next to the hospital in Berryville and the sheriff's office, and there have been no issues. They even, I guess their facility is so clean and neat that they even let the public use their meeting rooms. And somebody who works there said it's a very clean, nice place, no smell, none of that. So I'm okay with the smell aspect because nobody seems to think there are any, and I'll be interested to hear from the directors who went on the tour. But so far, nobody seems to have come up with one. My biggest issue, and I think I've made it pretty clear from the beginning, is I don't think I-1 is appropriate, and I was actually going to suggest what your letter says, so I was happy to see that. For those who don't understand, I-2 basically has the same, I-1 is heavy industrial, noxious fumes, loud, noise pollution, air pollution, all of that. I-2 is considered light industrial. It's more like C2, commercial, like Walmart, like everything we already have in that area. You can't have the noxious fumes, the smell, the light pollution, all of that. They're very similar. In fact, we have, throughout the city, we have I-2, light industrial, and C2 next to each other with no complaints because they are so similar in what they're allowed to have. So I was going to request that we do all three readings for I-2 tonight, amend it to I-2, do all three readings tonight, and in that case, I would support it. I will not support I-1. I-1 is not appropriate for that part of town. It opens the door for others. Once we switch something, we can't undo it, and I'm not okay with that. I will not support that in any way. So I think, and I know there have been concerns about traffic, which that was one of my initial concerns, and I know it's 7 trucks a day in and out, and then possibly 14 later. The thing about that area is Walmart to the north, to the hospital, and to the east is it's going to be all filled in with commercial and everything here pretty soon, stores, restaurants, whatever. Yeah, it's going to be a mess as far as traffic goes. And I think that's something I would love for us to try to figure out how we're going to deal with that. And then there was one other issue Dustin. There was one other issue I was concerned about, and that has to do with the refrigeration units and using ammonia. And this is where I'll put Dustin on the spot to our Chief Kendall, our fire chief, to discuss that, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I understand, they're going to use the ammonia for the refrigeration units, similar to what Simmons does currently.
They're saying no.
Hmm?
We're all regular refrigeration.
Okay.
So,
Can we have the speaker come to the podium, please?
Yeah, we don't use ammonia-based refrigeration. It's all sort of conventional refrigeration equipment, be very similar to what's being used at Walmart or any grocery store in town, just there's a few more of them because we're a little bigger facility. So no ammonia-based. As far as the the grit in the wastewater, we do settle out solids. We have screens. We're aware that that can be an issue, and so we prevent that from leaving the plant. So,
okay. And that's great. I still will want Chris
Yeah.
to make that
Yeah,
a requirement.
Yep.
Because once it's done, then you won't be required to do anything. So want to make sure all the ducks are in a row in advance.
So if you will, sir, if you come back, I'm sorry, we need, for the record, we need your name and your address.
Donald Stoner, I live in Knoxville.
Thank you.
All right, well, I appreciate it, and like I said, if we want to do what was suggested, I will support it as an I-2 moving forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Directors?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
So before we have discussion, do we need to make a motion to place this on I-2 so that it reflects, or can we have discussion?
Oh, we have discussion, and then if someone wants to make an amendment.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do our discussion, and then we can ask for, first of all, we're going to amend the ordinance to reflect the change that they are requesting. So the rezoning would be from PD to I-2, okay? And then once that amendment has been approved, then we can ask for a motion to approve all three readings, okay?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So I did make I want to call it, what's it?
I'm sorry, go ahead. They were
serious?
just giving me some clarification, yeah.
So we made the field trip or road trip to make it back here by 5 o'clock for the special called meeting. I was the driver both ways, and I take full responsibility for any actions on the road, but we returned safely. So after the first and second readings, just stepping back, really reflecting on the concerns. I'm a big believer in change, but position 6 is just a little different than a ward. So, doing that 1,000-foot view of the area, our concerns were odor. So obviously rolling up to the facility, none of that existed. Mark rode with us with the paper. I'm not sure what he quoted. He promised us just a couple of things, but he asked my opinion, and it was cleanliness in the facility and the robotics. Those were the two takeaways I got from that facility. You simply wash your hands, and other than that, it's just a super clean facility, and it is an older facility that has been expanded 3 times. Very nice staff up there, and they're very courteous, and we kept them on track with the walkthrough. Second was the traffic. I reached out to Chief Miller. I just want a data report of traffic activity in there, and I believe Christina shared that. I thought that was interesting data on that. And just looking at the area now, what's happening, for whatever reason, a lot of C2 zoning requests happening there. I wish the high school would have bought the property in front of them to the east and kept that a green space, but that's the that's the hippie in me, wanting it to maintain green, but that's a C2 property that's under contract, and it's just really, it's gonna develop. East Kenwood, or East Tahlequah is designed and recommended for traffic, so that area is gonna explode and be part of a development, and that is good for Siloam, but it is change. But those were the two takeaways from the facility and the answers from PD regarding traffic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mindy.
I also got to see the facility, and I was happy to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. I have a very sensitive sense of smell, and I did not smell anything. Obviously, once you get into the place where they're doing the egg, there's been eggs on the ground because it's inside, you smell something there. But in the refrigeration section, in the dry goods section, in the office section, outdoors, nothing. And I think the bigger concern for citizens would be any smell that they might sense from the road. So I can vouch for no smell. I'm glad you talked to people from Berryville that were able to say the same thing. Brad mentioned the report from the police department, but I just wanted to expand on that a little bit. I know one of the concerns is teenage drivers in that area because of the high school. And I think what that report said was, of the 13 accidents or so in the last 3 years, 1 has involved a teenage driver. Okay. But I reached out to Don Stoner, expressing that concern on behalf of the citizens, and just kind of threw out what is the possibility of kind of trying to arrange scheduling around your trucks coming when students are in school or not in that area. And he can't guarantee anything, but they'll work with us to try to make that happen so there aren't as many trucks out when the students are out. Yes?
When Mindy asked the question about that, so most of the carriers that will be bringing in eggs and then taking eggs out to Costco or other customers they're regularly contracted with us. So we have some control over those drivers. So we can ask them to use routing coming in, routing going out, whatever sort of staff or community recommends, we will ask to do that. We can also modify shipping and receiving hours to sort of avoid coming and going at the school windows. Now, that doesn't mean every truck driver is not going to turn their GPS on and is going to listen to our recommendations, or they're not going to show up early or late. But I think over time, we can get pretty good compliance with that. Because again, we use the same carriers consistently, and it's the same group of drivers consistently. And so we have some leverage to, push them on the desired routing and then around the desired time schedules as well. And we would work with staff or whoever you wanted us to work with to help facilitate that, so.
Thank you. Well, and then the other question I asked you was about, wasn't there anything else in the opportunity zone? And I know that we've talked about this a lot, but I just kind of wanted to reiterate. My understanding is that, we all wanted planned development there. We all wanted the living that, I won't speak for everybody, that I could go into right now and feel like I was well taken care of. It's not going to work. And, ideally, any kind of industry outside of town a little bit. With the I-2, it looks very similar to C2. It feels like you all are going to do everything you can to make this compatible with the area, with the front. But my understanding is there just wasn't another opportunity in the opportunity zone for you, another space that would work.
There were other parcels. The one was right in front of the high school.
Right.
So that was actually an little bit easier site, better access, and we said there's just no way. We know that that's not doable.
Right.
There were several sites further out where, you're 1,000 yards from utilities or sewer or something else that just, even if we approved it, the timeline and the cost to make that happen, it just wouldn't. This really is the only site, and we've looked within Siloam. And really, there's only about 4 sites, even regionally, that will work. There's one in Springfield, there's one in Stillwell. It's a pretty small needle we're trying to thread when we're working with the federal opportunity zones.
And just to confirm about the opportunity zone, my understanding is that you don't really get much benefit from that until 10 years, right?
It's 10 years. You have to
So
hold.
that says something about your plans.
You have to hold, to get the benefits that the opportunity zone provides, you have to hold on to the property at least 10 years. And you have to, I believe it's spend at least 300% of what the original acquisition. So you have to make significant improvements to the property. It's not like you can just buy the land and then capitalize on selling it 10 years later. There has to be significant improvements made above your purchase price. So the federal opportunity zone was designed for projects like this, for it to come in, make an investment, create jobs, and that,
And I know that there are concerns. I think the I-2 should alleviate a lot of the concerns, and the tour that we took to confirm, the smells can be a really big issue. I remember 68 a long time ago, and it was just terrible. The old 68, the smells between here and there were just terrible. It can be a big issue. But we've been able to alleviate a lot of those. I think I-2 will do that, and even though there may still be some concerns, I feel like this is a good opportunity for jobs.
And I will note that, we could have tried to place a facility anywhere on that 30 acres. We chose the part that there's not many people that are going to want to sign up to live right behind Walmart and right behind Walmart's retention pond from a residential standpoint.
Correct.
So in addition, then all of the other C2 that's going on around there, we chose the least desirable part of the property to develop. We've got a pretty significant vegetative screen sort of surrounding. I think Ryan's prepared with some drawings if we need to, but we're pretty committed, again, to making this work and work well. I mean, we want to be.
And I appreciate your responsiveness to all of our questions and concerns. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Yes, Lisa.
No, oh, you're fine, sorry. I appreciate at the last meeting, you discussed odor, and I think I was pretty happy with your answer. So that's why I didn't go on the tour. I didn't feel like it was necessary for me. I took what you said at face value and accepted it as true.
Well, I'm glad some of you did get to go, though. It validates kind of what we're saying and what this type of facility
Well, your
is.
answers made sense.
It's really
And
a light processing.
They made perfect sense. And so that's why I didn't go. So I apologize. I had some people, citizens question me why I didn't go. But I felt like because my time is limited and I took your answers to face value. I also said at the last meeting that I-2 was more appropriate. The only reason I had an issue was the I-1 because like Director Blair said, we're setting a standard if we set it at I-1, and I'm not okay with that. We got to be careful what we do with our community and what we do for the future of our community.
Well, and we heard you sort of loud and clear. That's why we've
and so I do appreciate, I was excited when Don first presented it, especially about the jobs. I do want to see us bring those jobs to Siloam Springs, and I appreciate that you picked to bring those jobs to Siloam Springs. I do have some questions. The last time we talked about, and I'm not sure, I think the engineer might be the one answering this one. We talked about an I-2 with a variance. Can you explain the variance and is that included in this? Because I just got this.
You're fine.
So I was told this went out at 3:30 today, and I've been kind of busy, so I didn't get it until I walked in here tonight. So can you explain, is it the I-2 with a variance?
Need your name and address.
I was getting there.
Thank you.
Ryan Gill, Rogers, Arkansas. So I know that I will be corrected if I say something incorrectly from the crew over here, but the variance is not included in the rezone. It is part of the significant development plan. So we were going through the process. We did a rezone. and it was tracking, and then we submitted our certificate development plan right behind it.
Right.
And they were traveling, you know, kind of parallel, just one behind the other. Because needed the variance for the height and another variance based on the opening of one of the driveways. Instead of 50 feet, we're asking for 56 feet so the trucks can make a better turn, so they're not busting up our sidewalks and everything else. Those two variances will track along with the certificate development plan, but they are now at, and I couldn't tell you, but I bet Megan might, what the date is for those. But that's the two variances track with the certificate development plan and not the rezone.
Okay, so it doesn't affect this rezoning at all? Okay, that's what I needed to know, because we spoke about it, but I didn't know how it affected this. And I think clarity would, you know.
It doesn't have any effect on the rezoning at this time. It'll be heard at the August 5th Board of Adjustment meeting.
That's what I couldn't
And so
remember the date.
those won't come before the Board of Directors. The Board of Adjustment is the final authority on variance request.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
August 12th, my apologies.
August 12th, okay.
Yes, Chris.
Chris Paxton, Director of Administrative Services. I did want to point out that regardless of which one you go to, I-1 or I-2, there will be a variance request for both of those items. Correct. It does, the same variance request is for either I-1 or I-2 zoning. The difference is the height. It's the variance for the I-1 would be a difference of 6 feet. The variance for the I-2 would be a difference of 11 feet. Correct. Did I get that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So there was a little bit of miscommunication on that. That's I wanted to correct that. Either way, there's still the same variance requirements, and that would be at the behest of the Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
I-2, by right, you could go up to 50 feet. I'm sorry, I-1, you could go up to by right, 50 feet, and it's 45 feet in I-2. So all we're doing, we're still asking for a variance, it's just changing to
It's going to be
clarify.
done, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Director Blair also brought up a good point about the stuff that's going into the sewer system and what Chris can prevent. And you say that there's there's solids that come off of that? Grit, solids, whatever. What do you do with that?
Tag out. Well, so again, we will screen that out, and then most of it just goes in the trash. I mean, it's.
And it's hauled off like in a dumpster or what?
Yeah, typically in a dumpster. If there's egg material, that typically goes into, to a protein, you know, any egg material will typically go to a protein rendering type facility. So you're really talking about just egg shells. And those are calcium carbonate. It's used as a soil amendment all the time. I mean, it's actually pretty harmless.
Okay. I just wanted to.
Breaks down
Because we
quick.
discussed last time about the odor and all that. Okay. Okay, thank you, guys. Oh, Don?
Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
It's,
I asked.
Well, I asked at the same time Lisa did, so I'll be quick. Just a couple other things. I know as far as how pretty your building looks, and I know that's not really what we're talking about right now, but that is a concern. I will say, I assume the warehouse is going to be a metal building like most warehouses, which is what a lot of businesses and even people are using for houses now. Like there is, like the electric supply store. I mean, that's a metal building. I assume that's what y'all's building is going to be. But I also am assuming, which this is where you come into play, especially because it's C2, the landscaping, there will be landscaping and a natural, a living fence or whatever you want to call it, that all of that will be required along the front to make it look pretty and make it, okay.
Don Clark, 2135 Montclair Avenue, Siloam Springs. Madam Mayor, if we may, we do actually have an exhibit to kind of show you kind of the plans for.
If you will.
So you have to take it to
Yeah, if you'll give it to the
Point of
city
order.
clerk.
This
Yeah.
is not the
Yes.
time to be, this is not the presentation. All the board members have not spoken yet. He's not been asked to come and give a presentation on any of this stuff. He will have time to do that when the public comes up. Right now, the board is still in the middle of speaking.
Yes, they are. And Betsy had asked about the landscaping in the front, and I think that's what this is.
But she did not ask Don to come up and give this presentation.
And and I'm asking staff, are they required, because it's C2, are they required to put certain landscaping?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
There are landscaping requirements that will be associated with this project during the significant development process that would be applicable to that zoning district. One point that was made was that the structure would be, it could potentially be a full metal building. The city of Siloam Springs, we do not have commercial design standards currently, but we do have the landscape standards, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
So, yes, David.
We continue discussing the change from I-1 to I-2 as if this is a done deal. My really big question right now is why do we assume this company abides by the I-2? The email from Mr. Gill says it is demonstrably less impactful. That's true. But are we abiding by the actual definition of I-1 and I-2? I-2 does not allow, or I-2 does not allow general industry. I-1, I'm sorry, I-1, I-2 does not allow it. I-1 is what you have to have for general industry, which states manufacturing, industrial, or warehouse uses, including consumer-based self-storage facilities which do not meet use unit 20 requirements, truck stops, retail lumber yards, outdoor scrap metal storage, recycling and processing, automobile salvage yards, and airports. Light industry says manufacturing, industrial, warehouse uses, including consumer-based self-storage facilities or a small brewery as defined in Chapter 6 of the Code, which generate traffic, sound, emissions, and infrastructure needs which are equivalent to but not greater than planned use for the C2 zoning district. Now, I don't understand, if anybody could please explain to me with staff how this company, a food processing company, can be considered light industry over general industry. I absolutely don't understand the ability to consider that as light industry. Chris, can you explain that?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Chris.
Thank you. The print-offs that we provided was actually intended to show where staff came out with their original staff report. Whenever the applicant brought forward the use discussion, this was discussed as a processing facility. So whenever we're talking about a processing facility, if you look at that sheet, which is one of two that was provided to the board, then you can see that under I-2, if they are providing us with a land use of a processing facility for I-2, we could not even bring it to this board. However, they did have a second option, which was the I-1. The I-1, excuse me. The I-1 allowed them to bring it forward. However, there is a second option, which is to look at I-2 from a different set of lenses, which is, but not greater than, sorry, my eyes are not what they used to be, and this is tiny text. Not greater than planned uses for C2 zoning districts. So what is that talking about? They would have to provide us. That's where Megan at the last reading of this discussed that they would have to provide us with some sort of data that shows that it would be similar use to a C2 for generating traffic, sound, emissions, and infrastructure needs. It will be their obligation at the significant development. They will be required to demonstrate using data to show staff that this facility fits into that definition. So
have they done that?
They have not done that because it will be at the significant development portion of the project.
So why are we voting tonight to have an amendment to change to I-2 before the hoops have been jumped through to provide the requirement for I-2?
Sure, we cannot require data for a significant development during a rezone.
This is planned development now, PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I heard the gentleman say, well, nobody wants to live in that area north of Walmart. That already was. That's why it was changed to PD, was because there was a large housing development already set up there, multi-use housing. That's what it was sold for, and that's why the PD change happened. But I absolutely cannot understand how a food industry, something I know something about regarding water, waste, and other things that come with it, and it may just be Freon, but there are chemicals involved in food companies. And if for some reason this company does not last, a future use of industry can come in here and make any change they want. We don't have a control over it once the zoning is changed. This is not like an old post office that you can buy and sell and buy and sell. This is something, once it's done, a vote is made to change the zoning, it's done. Once a building is built, you cannot unbuild the building. I will also say that the comments that all the residents in Ravenwood were just fine and happy with this is incorrect. And we got emails. I'll read one. The Gowan family, I would vote. And by the way, these all went to our junk folder, so not everybody saw them. Definitely not before the previous board meetings. To whom it may concern, I would vote for nice retail shops near the hospital and high school, but not an industrial zone there. You know there cannot be a guarantee in the future. It will change down the line. Do not change the zoning. Let the company go to Springfield. People can move there that want to work there. It will only devalue the place. There can be other spots a plant can go. The only reason they want that spot, it is less work and cost effective for them having it already prepared. And I will say, regarding her comment there are many places within the opportunity zone that can be purchased. And I will let everybody know, we are not deciding the rezone of this property and deciding what the owners of this property, many people think the Ed Company already owns it, and no, they do not own this property right now. They could easily go north of alternative design. It is very close to utilities. The opportunity zone goes all the way out to Highway 59. And I don't know if everybody is aware of it, but our previous administrator, Philip Patterson, without board knowledge, without board approval, ran electric and water all the way north on the west side of 59, nearly to Gentry. There's already sewer out there because it was ran out to the Allen Canyon Country Plant. So the 3 utilities you need are ready now, all the way out to Highway 59. This is from Beth Sevier. Dear Board of Directors, I'm writing to you to express my thoughts concerning the egg factory that is going to be built near my home in Ravenwood. Several of my neighbors have gotten together to discuss this factory. We do not want it. It makes us mad when people say that everyone is for it. This is simply not true. We live in a small neighborhood and everyone wants to get along. There are a lot of people in Ravenwood that don't want this factory built so close to our homes. One of my friends has a nice backyard that we all enjoy in the evenings. We're pretty sure that this is not going to be the same after the factory goes in. I have not attended a city council meeting because I've been out of town taking care of my mother who's ill. I don't like to speak in public either, but please don't put this so close to our homes. From Kathy Carrion, I wanted to express our opinion. My husband and I live in Ravenwood, and we've heard rumors that people in Ravenwood approve of this egg processing factory being right there behind Walmart. But I think that is an absolutely ridiculous location for such a thing. Maybe the concept of having a business here is a good one, but I'm not sure what a better location would be. Surely there's something that's not near such an up and coming part of town. What about on North Progress? She said, but maybe that's not inside the city limits. And her follow-up email said, why don't we utilize the huge piece of property that's already industrial off of Lincoln and Corder Road across the street from Jet Street? Last email we got also went to junk, but it was just from last week, and I found it quite interesting. My name is Austin Tawney. I reside at 2604 South Silver Street and just recently moved to the great city of Siloam Springs. Myself and my wife love the community and value the active role you and your fellow board members take day to day to ensure the safety and concern of the fellow community, and I thank you. I would like to reach out to board members on the suggested topic coming up on the HBF food industry that is being proposed to open its doors to the great city of Siloam Springs. I do believe that it would be a great addition to the community to open jobs and wages for the community in this troubling market these days, but here's my concern. One of my previous jobs was working at a perishable food distribution center for Walmart in Northeast Missouri. Even though this Walmart distribution center was at a larger scale than this proposed chicken egg washing hub, this facility also operated as a controlled climate facility as the Walmart distribution center. And it holds everything from produce such as potatoes to freezer dairy such as eggs and deli products, which the temperature has to be kept at a constant cool climate. I've been watching the board of directors meetings on the City of Siloam Springs YouTube page and noticed you and your fellow board members are concerned with the smell of chicken feces, but I want to shed some light on a potential hazard the board members may not be addressing, such as the type and units of refrigerant used to properly cool the egg washing facility. I'm sure the Planning Commission has received and reviewed all the details pertaining to the type of refrigerant used in the facility, but let me describe how Walmart Distribution Center is being cooled as of now. Walmart Distribution Center and its grand scale is cooled beneath it and not but with anhydrous ammonia, and to keep the concrete from freezing in the negative 30-degree freezer, they run pipes of warm glycol under the concrete slab that is also running constantly. Now, if you're wondering how much currently the Walmart Distribution Center that I worked at housed on site was 36,000 pounds of anhydrous ammonia, in a way to describe a huge looking propane tank. I'm not saying that the concern of odor is as it smells, but as much a concern as if there was an emergency where there was a leak or main release into our community. With modern technology and engineering, a release of that magnitude would be shut down and the proposed site would be closed to housing development, school districts, and hospitals. But this opens a question of concern for the community. At a Walmart distribution center, we had teams in place for medical, fire, and hazmat, and I was on the hazmat team, and we were trained for a main leak exposure with full-class hazmat suits, and we're always at the ready. If the worst-case scenario, 36,000 pounds of anhydrous ammonia broke from the facility, it would consume a radius of miles that would have to be considered an emergency containment zone and have to be addressed, and homes, schools, and hospitals would all have to take precautions in case of a leak. Ultimately, I would not want to see this happen, but is the Siloam Springs Fire Department equipped for such a containment? Are the hospital and schools protocols ready for a release of that magnitude, or are the citizens of Siloam Springs affected by such a release knowledgeable in the effects of breathing in an anhydrous ammonia chemical? These questions, I'm sure, are being answered, but unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the next Board of Directors meeting. Thank you for reading my concern. I hope you or someone can address the question of the egg company and your fellow board members. As I stated in the next board meeting, I do believe that this company and jobs coming to our community would be great for Siloam. And he continues to say thank you. I will give some comments that came from our own planning commission, and they stated, we do not want to diminish the importance of the jobs that this company will bring to Siloam. But one of them said, I think as a commissioner, our job is to essentially enforce and evaluate requests based upon the city's future development need and zoning requirements that have been in place. I think ignoring the economic reality of the project is a mistake, but that's not the room we're in right now, and that's not the conversation we're in right now. I think Hanson Brook is a great company, but Hanson Brook could sell 10 years from now and something else could come in, so I'm struggling with this request from that standpoint. I think it's a very good point that the Planning and Zoning Commission that was originally set up to look at this denied the request because of the fact that it is not abiding by the future land use map, much less the comprehensive plan 2040 that was paid for by this board. It just seems that industry plopped down right in the middle of the future growth of our city does not make a lot of sense. Industry should be near other industry, and the fact that the opportunity zone goes all the way out to Webb Whale and Lazy Boy and all the way east to Highway 59, that there's a lot of extra property out there that doesn't have anything around it. The request to come buy this and rezone it has one thing. Yeah, we can hear that it's shovel-ready. Well, there's a lot of places that are shovel-ready in Siloam. Have all the utilities, but we need something now so we can take our equipment and have it delivered to this location. It is not the city of Siloam Springs' fault that this company ordered their equipment in February or delivered in February, whatever. And this is a time constraint that we must push this thing through. The fact is, there are many locations, this being industry, and that's not just electronics firm manufacturing, it's not just some, it's a food processing facility. Yes, something else can come in that we wouldn't have any control over. I do not believe that this thing will abide by the I-2 zoning that has been requested. In my many years on this board and many years growing up in Siloam, I have never seen a push in 5 weeks to ramrod an industry into one specific spot in all my life. This company does not own the property. We're not denying them use of their property. They want it rezoned against all city code and planning's recommendation. If the sale barn is the closest industrial to this, I wouldn't want a sale barn in that location either. I simply do not believe any industry, whether you class it as 1 or 2, should be in this location. It is not what the future land map says. And for us to be ignoring that when we all approved it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have these plans and have the planning make a motion to deny this, and then we're going to ramrod it through in 5 weeks. I think that we have easily encouraged this company that we want the plants and the jobs, but I don't think this board or this city should be dictated to as to where something has to go, or if you don't do it, we're taking everything to Springfield. That seems to have been the largest point on Lisa's citizens page, that no one should be threatening the city. I can assure you, if Allen Canning or Simmons or anyone wanted to plop down a food industrial plant, no one is going to suddenly ramrod it through in three board meetings. It's still industrial, whether it's 1 or 2, and it's not on the future land use map, of which Mr. Don Clark was a part of putting together. I don't believe that we have been told the truth on why this has to be the place to put it. It's obvious it's a good price, so we're going to get it because the guy that bought it before can't do what he wants, and now he's going to fire sale it. But too many citizens have spoken on Lisa's page and from Ravenwood that sent emails to us and said, no way do they want it there. I am not concerned after hearing that they use Freon. I'm not concerned about ammonia, but that's not to say another company cannot in the future. And even if any industry has to be using chemicals that possibly may require an evacuation, none of the industry that are doing that are across the street from the hospital. How are you going to evacuate a hospital full of patients in their beds? Just answer that. I just cannot imagine why we believe that we have to abide by it has to go here. We have zero control once this thing changes on its zoning. And I wouldn't care who is putting this up. If President Trump was putting this in, I'd still be against it because I don't believe industry should be going right in the growth. Commercial C2 is not the same as I2. And they may have similar qualifications on each, but it's a whole different ball of wax when you consider what an industry is and what a commercial property is. Madam Mayor, I made my points, and I think we have to listen to the citizens, and I think we have to look at the future land use map and what was decided long ago. And industry, no matter what it is, was not part of anything in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Megan, did you have a comment that you would like to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a correction. Chris had stated that we didn't receive the data. We did receive that data today. Staff has not had an opportunity to review that, but that will be tied to the significant development and is not associated with this rezoning request tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I get a clarification. If the data you're looking at is what is needed to clarify the difference between an I2 and I1, why would we not need to know that first before we vote to change to I2?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This is a rezone, so they would have to demonstrate that before they construct, just like they would provide us with any other plan set. They would have to provide that as data to support their plan set. So they would submit the site development permit, and if it doesn't meet those requirements, then it would not move forward because it wouldn't be zoned appropriately.
I get it. Before they actually can dig and start building, they have to prove it. My argument is, why can we not hold off until we know exactly before we make a change now? I simply cannot read the definitions of what we have here, where I1 says processing and I2 does not include that. If we are making a change to I2 and there's requirements before that, then I believe we should be having those changes occur before we're voting in the third reading. I would think it would be tabled or something until we can get that all corrected.
Madam Mayor?
Megan.
The data is related to the use unit, so it's use unit 20, which is light industry. It's not related to the zoning district. And so we would review that data with the significant development to determine if it falls within that use unit, not determine if it falls for that zoning district.
Thank you.
But in the meantime, we voted to make this property I2.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. I think that Reed wanted, and then I'll come back to you, Betsy. Thank you. Reed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was also able to go up and see the egg production or facility in Berryville. I was not the driver, nor did I ride shotgun. I was relegated to the media section. So Mark and I got to enjoy the back seats. You know, I found the facility very clean. I realize that people don't come along with it, but I saw very good attitudes, people who were at a place that they enjoyed their jobs. That it was something, I gathered a sense of pride in it. That's something that I'd like to see us have in Siloam Springs, the opportunity to be able to work a job, whether you're in upper level or middle management, or if you're one of the crew, you're able to take care of a family, or at least a large percentage of it, through what you are able to earn. And I think that's a good thing for Siloam Springs. I have appreciated the approach that I've seen from this company. Don Clark has kind of spearheaded coming in, telling us about the company, what's going on, and I in no way feel that I have been pressured or pushed. I do know that Dawn had written us an email requesting second and third reading, and that's not unusual. Many want to see if we can do the second and third reading. I felt like it needed to go to 3 readings, and that's where we are. So that's the only push I guess I could see with that. I do know, and we don't have this up on the screen right now, but one of the issues was light. They didn't want headlights coming out and hitting the eastern boundaries if there is housing built there, whether it's homes or apartments. But they altered their drawings so that they don't have the loop around the building any longer, so that would alleviate any kind of a light that could be offensive. So I feel like the company has made moves that help them to fit into a role. I've been very impressed with the people of this company that I have met and spoken with. I feel like that is something that is going to be carried on to people that they bring into the facility. And concerning smell, plant in Berryville, I would agree with Mindy. I don't claim to have as sensitive a nose, but the outside, you didn't smell the eggs. Inside where the eggs were being processed, yeah, you could smell eggs, but it wasn't so bad that it was offensive, but you knew where you were. But in the storage portion of it, you didn't smell the eggs, even though there were, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of eggs around us. You didn't smell that. And as far as how they can work with the community, I think with the location that they're looking to utilize, there will be barriers and borders that will accommodate this facility. And we've talked about looking down the road. What about? Well, I think the immediate look, if you see the facility, how it's going to be built, where it's going to be placed, what you will see from the road, or what you won't see from the road, fits very, very well into what we're doing. It was recommended at the last meeting that we go out and visit the facility in Berryville, and we did. And I came away liking this project even more. Yes, I'm aware that our high school is close. I'm aware that our hospital is close. But even with all of that, I think that the issues that some have are ones that we can address and have been addressed. And I'm not in fear of our high school or the students being affected by it. I do see the opportunity for a company to come into town that has stated that they're here for the long haul, that they're here to be involved in the community. We had a function today for the Chamber of Commerce, and it was well attended. There were businesses there that, yeah, they make their living here, but they're also here to help celebrate. We're a city that has a lot to celebrate. We have some things hurdles to jump with our waste, with our wastewater, things like that, but those are things we need to be proactive about. And bringing in industry, bringing in something like this with the excellence that they are operating with, I applaud it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Betsy?
Besides what I said earlier about I-2, one of the reasons I'm fine with switching to it, or I would like to switch to it tonight, is because if they can't meet I-2, then they're going to have to go somewhere else. So if they can't meet I-2, they're not going to be I-1. And so then there is no concern over that. It will force them to meet I-2 or not. Is that correct? So, yeah.
And the answer to that was a nod of the head saying yes.
Was it yes?
Gotta speak up for the mic.
Lisa?
I just have two quick questions. I know we want to move forward on this, so I'm just going to ask two quick questions, just so the citizens know. Can you tell us quickly the difference between a C2 and an I2?
Madam Mayor, I'll give that to Megan.
Okay. Megan?
So on the handout that I made for y'all, it kind of shows the compared uses, what's permitted and what's a special use in the two different districts. And so looking at C2 and looking at I2, light industrial, you can see that there's only two uses that are different. So those two uses are, one is the light industry, which we're discussing tonight. And then the other use is age-restricted businesses, which is what you typically see special uses for in those commercial zoning districts, like the vape shops or tattoo parlors. Those are age-restricted businesses. So those are the only two uses that are different from C2 zoning.
And this is in the packet for the citizens to see.
This handout is not. I actually created this earlier today.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, and I wanted to, I do think that citizens deserve to see this information, and if we can get that information out.
What I will say is this handout is made specifically for y'all to make it a little easier, but all of this information is publicly available under our code. So if they go and look at C2 zoning versus I2 zoning, they will find the same information. I just laid it out in a better format for y'all.
And I appreciate that you did that, and that's what I want for citizens. I don't want citizens to have to dig through the code and try to understand it, and this is perfect, and you did a great job. Thank you. Thank you. If we can share that. And then my other question is about, it has been mentioned about traffic. It's been said that there's a GPS studies that are done. Is the fire chief, the police chief, can somebody talk about the GPS studies that have been done? And the ammonia problems, do we have ammonia problems with any of the other industries that are currently in the community?
Scott Miller, Chief of Police. I can't speak to the ammonia, but as far as the traffic, yes, obviously we have an increased traffic volume all over town, and one of them is the commercial vehicles. And as we've learned the hard way on 412 and stuff, what we learned is a lot of the commercial vehicles use very specific DOT-regulated GPS systems, whether it's Qualcomm or Omnitrax. We are currently trying to work with those industries to change their routing within our town, because their current routing puts the trucks on streets that aren't designed for commercial trucks. And so we're having a lot of accidents and a lot of issues from that. And so we're working with those main GPS companies that provide that for commercial vehicles to route it on the appropriate streets so they can get to Simmons, so they can get to Walmart, even downtown businesses on better suited streets.
Can that data also be set during time periods?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, that's going to be between the companies and the transportation companies on their delivery schedules and stuff that they meet. But it will help when they put that particular address in. It'll help route it to a less congested area, as well as the proper suited
on the main
streets,
roads.
so they can make turns and do the things that they need to do, rather than being on our narrower streets or older streets where they end up dropping wheels off into a ditch and get high centered, those kind of things. It kind of helps alleviate those issues.
Thank you.
Mayor.
I think Chief's going to talk to the ammonia, and then we'll come to you, Ken.
Dustin Kendall, Fire Chief. So just to speak about the ammonia, I know you guys aren't going to be using ammonia, but there are businesses in town that does utilize ammonia for cooling. Our hazardous materials team is well aware of the product that they have. We know where it's at. We know how much they store, and we are capable of responding to any kind of leak like that.
What they are using is the Freon, is what you said you're using. There's no hazardous concerns or anything with that?
Not anything that would warrant any special considerations for our team.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, point of clarification, please, on ammonia. I don't want to bust on Chief Kendall, but he wasn't a hazmat tech. So our industry uses NH3, which is anhydrous ammonia, which is a little bit different than ammonia with its characters. That is all.
Thank you, Brad. Ken?
And I just had a couple quick comments, but first, may we have a recess?
Yes, sir. I was going to have that right after we did our vote, but yes, sir, we will have a break. We'll call a 5-minute break and reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We will call this meeting back to order. And I believe that Mr. Wiles was, had requested the floor. So Ken, the floor is yours.
No pressure, but we're waiting for you.
We're waiting for you.
Know me too well. My big thing is if I can remember them now. I was just going to say, and there's been a whole lot better discussion this evening on this subject than what probably I would be able to add, but I was not able to go, which I regret, but I've heard a lot of comments, and I do appreciate the sharing. And again, this may be a moot point, but I have struggled with this from the very beginning. I mean, honestly, I struggle with a lot of things that we have to decide as a board, but this one has really bothered me from day one. I actually have lost sleep over this issue, which I just don't normally do. And honestly, I was ready to come in and vote no. I was not for it. I don't think that zoning designation is appropriate, and I've got some other issues, but I do appreciate the effort to move it to an I-2. Honestly, I'm not just crazy about that either, since we're being honest and sharing. I think there are better places that it could go. I think, the argument of having sewer, utilities, whatnot in proximity is not really valid, at least to me, and because I know that those are small enough factors that they could be dealt with rather expeditiously, and that this could move along with very little hiccup. So, all that to say, I mean, I've still got things turning over in my head. I do feel somewhat better, I guess, if that's a positive, that this is not an I-1. I just still wish the avenue was open to talk location. It doesn't sound like that is, but if it is, I know that there are other places that I think would be just as serviceable. And then just on a personal side note, and this is just me, I'm not speaking for the board, whatever the board wants to do, I will certainly live with, but I am not going to support 3 readings in one night, just so you will know. I guess that's all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to,
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry, David?
I had a question for our attorney. I can't see you. Are you over there?
Heather, she's over there.
How is it that we are able to make an amendment to change zoning between readings? I've been involved in 3 different times over the last 30-something years, and I have seen a lot of amendments made between readings, but they were small changes within the ordinance. Never have I ever seen an actual change from a zoning of one zone to another.
I think you can do that because there haven't been any substantive changes to what was submitted. There's been no additional information submitted regarding the zoning. They're just asking you to look at what they have submitted to see if it would make sense and fit in an I-2.
But we have made 2 readings based on I-1 to now make a significant change in zoning.
Well, the state law doesn't make any distinction. You're saying significant change. State law does not contain that language. As an ordinance can be amended by 2/3 vote of the council.
But my question was going to be, in terms of that being approved tonight, this company is going to move forward, purchase the land, plan to do everything. And if for some reason they do not abide by the I-2 that they're required to before they can start digging, I mean, that's a pretty big bet on the amendment
I think
fixing
you're
the
taking
problem.
that chance with any rezoning, are you not?
Say what?
You're taking that chance with any rezoning, are you not?
Well, if it's I-1, I think I-1 covers so much for industrial that I don't think there's going to be, there is a big question here how this food company can abide by I-2 that is much more restrictive than I-1. But we're being told that before they can actually dig, they would have to provide all the requirements to do so. So that's why I'm saying it's quite a, well, as Director Blair said, she was comfortable going to I-2 because if they can't make it, then they can't make it. So I just had a question if we're allowed to do that because I've never seen it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the law allows the board to do that upon a 2/3 vote.
And then lastly, Mayor, before we go to public comment, I'll just say I am just shocked that I have seen board members go by the letter of the law, abide by what Planning Commission wants, and always go by the plan, development, use, the future land use map, comprehensive plan, et cetera, et cetera. And to see a board so readily want to put an industry, an actual industry, in the middle of future and residential growth, it's just mind-boggling to me. I'm stunned.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Ken.
I'm sorry, I just, one more quick thing, and this is, Chris, I don't know if this is you or Megan. This came out of the audience, actually. Could you please, because I'm sure I botched this up really good, explain, and the question was, looking at the chart, which, like Lisa pointed out, this is great, I appreciate that. If at some point in the future, they decide to move for whatever reason to a bigger place or just whatever, someone else was to purchase this, would you please just explain briefly? The question was, under, Unit 22, age-restrictive businesses is permitted in an I-2 zone, right? So I guess, and maybe I'm not going to phrase this correctly, but I'm going to try. Could you kind of talk about, because you have Unit 20 as light industry, and then 22 as age restricted, or you can go to 23 and 24. Just very quickly, the differences maybe between those zones, and is that something that we would need to worry about in the future? Do you kind of see where I'm going with this? Can you just kind of highlight the concerns for that?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I can read. If you bear with me, I am going to go to use unit 20, and then I can read use unit 22, which is the age-restricted business. Use unit 20 says light industry, manufacturing, industrial, warehouse uses, including consumer-based self-storage facilities or a small brewery as defined in Chapter 6 of this code, which generate traffic, sound, emissions, and infrastructure needs which are equivalent to, but not greater than, planned uses for C2 zoning district. And the mouse stopped working, but it's a laptop. Use unit 22 is age-restricted businesses. These are businesses providing greater than 50% of their total sales of goods or services to consumers whose age is restricted by federal, state, or city law, and including any businesses providing tattoos, piercings, body art, or body modifications, such as subdermal implants not performed by a licensed medical professional, but excluding the sale of alcoholic beverages, as defined in Chapter 6 of this code, for off-premise or on-premise consumption and excluding the sale of tobacco. Essentially, use unit 22, when we see that, it would come in, we would see a potential vape shop, we would see a potential
So typically with use unit 22, we do see vape shops the most because it does exclude tobacco and alcohol. So you're not looking at liquor stores and stuff like that. Those are in their separate use unit. Use unit 22 is really the vape shops, the tattoo parlors. I haven't seen anything else in 3 years come through underneath that use unit, but that's usually what those are.
So would I be correct then in thinking that that could go, one of those businesses could go into that facility, barring any restrictions distance-wise from the school or anything like that?
That is correct. It could go into, that is allowed by right in I-1 and I-2 for use unit 22. I will note in C2 that would require a special use permit.
Hope that is somewhat clear. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you, Ken. Yes.
I've got one thing here on our cover page in our board packet regarding this. According to the land use code, that's our code that we're all looking at now, the UDC. According to the land use code, a rezoning development permit shall only be authorized when the applicant has convincingly demonstrated that the proposed zoning, A, will not substantially interfere with other owners' reasonable peace and enjoyment of their neighboring properties, B, will not substantially damage any property value in the neighborhood, C, will be compatible with and respect the context of its location and the character of the surrounding existing neighborhoods, D, will not, whether by the nature of the allowed uses in the proposed zone or by the allowed siting, height, or design of structures or landscaping in the proposed zone, tend to burden the present or future use of neighboring properties in accordance with current zoning standards. E, is adequately supported by infrastructure, including without limitation streets and parking. And F, compared to present zoning of the property, is equally or more consistent with 1, the sound planning of the city's growth, and with 2, public health, safety, and convenience within the neighborhood. I believe, according to our land use code, there are many violations of this within this change request.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Chris.
Director Allen is correct. That is in the staff report. That is in reference to how Planning Commission makes their advice. That is from section 54-37 of our city code. Under the process, part 2 states Planning Commission advice. The Planning Commission's advice shall reflect whether the applicant has convincingly demonstrated the proposed zoning, and those are the items that they utilize for their advice checklist. So yes, that is correct. There is a second portion of that, which is the approval. rezoning development permit approval is listed under that same section, and that says approval by the Board of Directors as a development permit for any zoning or rezoning shall be by ordinance and may be based on de novo consideration of any benefits and costs of the proposed zoning, provided, however, that A, all presentments by the board, to the board by the applicant shall be limited to the facts and arguments presented to the Planning Commission prior to its advice, and that B, when fairness requires, the board may remand an application for further presentment. The letter that was received by the board references City of Russellville v. Banner Real Estate, 1996. That case law does discuss that zoning authority must be exercised in accordance with both state and local law. Therefore, the requirement by the board is that portion A, that all presentments by the board by the applicant shall be limited to facts and arguments presented to the Planning Commission prior to its advice. The second portion, since it states may, would not be applicable as a requirement because the board's not obligated to a may statement, it's obligated to a shall statement.
Thank you very much.
Well, as I was stating before Chris gave the second portion, this is what the Planning Commission based their decision on, and they voted unanimously to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I know we're
Lisa.
going to get to the audience, but I do want to say that we've had multiple directors mention that they didn't like that we're voting on all three readings tonight, that it's a change. And I always want to give respect to the other directors. I'm okay if, with the tabling, but if we do the tabling, how does that affect the company? I'd kind of like to know how that. I want to give respect both ways, and I would like to hear both ways. I want to give respect to the directors to be able to do the research they need to make an adequate vote, and also want to give respect to the company that's presenting it.
So what you're asking, if we defer?
Does that affect you if we,
It's another delay and
2 weeks?
again.
It'd be a 2-week delay.
It's another 2 weeks, so.
How does it affect you financially? Does it affect you from,
It just delays the project an additional 2 weeks is probably the answer. So, again, I'm not saying anybody's walking away, but again, we're investing a lot to keep this moving forward. At some point, we kind of got to have an answer. And that.
so are you saying, but
We'd
2 weeks
prefer an
we
answer
could-
tonight. That's why we asked for it, but I'm not
oh,
gonna.
I'm sorry, that would be 3 weeks. I'm sorry, because we meet in the
Again,
first and third.
we'd prefer an answer tonight, but I'm not gonna point a gun at anybody's head. That's not what we're here to do, so. If you, again.
But it doesn't prevent you from doing
It's
the
not gonna
project.
change his vote, apparently, if 3 weeks from now. If it won't change any of your votes for 3 weeks from now, we'd prefer to have the decision tonight, but if.
And it's not just about the vote. It's about us being able to represent the citizens with adequate information and be able to do the research we need to do to make a decision that affects our community. And so
Again.
it's not just about the vote for me. It's about us being able to represent the people that voted us in.
Again, we prefer a decision, but I'm not, again, this is the board's decision, and I don't presume to know the local, how this affects other votes and how other things are happening, so we're not going anywhere. We would like to proceed in Siloam, and so if it's, again, I'm not the owner of the company. I'm working very hard to get this done so that we can move forward. We do have some time constraints. And so.
But there's not a financial impact.
Well, time is money. Yes, time is money. So it does have an
It's going to
impact.
be justified as a financial impact. I
Yeah.
mean, I do development, we do business, and so I'm asking direct question.
I don't
Is
think
it a
the com-
financial impact?
I'll say no. It's probably not a long-term, certainly not a long-term financial impact. It would definitely be short-term cost. And again, we prefer an answer tonight, but we understand you guys all have to live together and work together.
Madam Mayor, can we ask his function with the company if he's not the owner?
Yeah, my title is operating partner, so I do most of the manufacturing and processing and construction, planning, and project management for
But you're not with Hanson Farms?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are with them? Okay.
Yes, I'm just
All
not the
right.
owner.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Chris?
Madam Mayor, the project currently has a second submittal, which is the significant development process that's going through the significant development TAC review. Tech review. It's a different name everywhere. So it's still going through those comment rounds, and it's going to be scheduled to be released about the same time as this would be. It would be August the 12th. So we don't believe from a staff level that if this were to go to the next reading or to the next meeting, we believe we can keep those in line to ensure that the project overall gets the development approval at the same time, provided that it's the will of the board. However, staff would recommend if you do want to make the amendment, if we could get that tonight, we can update, if it's the will of the board, we can update the staff report based off of the I-2 zoning instead of the current staff report, which is the I-1 zoning.
And I just have to say, as a director, if a director wants to table, I respect that.
Madam Mayor,
Brad?
I really want public comment, but two keynotes. Director Hunt at the last meeting with the comprehensive plan had some really key notes, how it ties in with that project. Additional, there is a numerous rezoning being requested at the planning level all around this area to C2. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for our attorney. We're talking about making the amendment that Chris has mentioned that it would help staff if the amendment was made prior to tabling. Since this is the third reading, can we make an amendment to the ordinance? And then if that amendment passes, whatever, up or down, then can the reading be tabled to the next meeting since it is the third reading?
Chris, you're raising your hand.
Yes, I can respond to that if you would like, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Just so we have clarification.
Sure. Arkansas code provides that all bylaws and ordinances of the general or permanent nature shall be fully and distinctly read on 3 different days, unless of the 2/3 of the members composing the municipal council shall dispense with the rule. Therefore, if this gets amended in its current state, it moves to its first reading, and then in a future date, the second and third readings can be combined.
All right, so if we make the amendment, it actually reverts it back to the first reading is what you're telling me tonight, unless they vote to make all 3 readings. So we could then table.
Yes, and I think.
But you wouldn't have to table, you could just do the first reading.
Information from the planning commission or
Yeah.
the planning department, I think that would probably be your best bet.
So if we make the amendment, it goes back to the first reading, and then we can ask for the first reading tonight. Next meeting would be second and third readings if they so choose.
That is my understanding. If it does get amended, then when the city administrator reads the reading, it'll not move to the third reading, it'll move to the first reading, and she will substitute I-1 with I-2.
Yes, I agree.
Agree?
Yes.
All right. So before we do that, I'm going to move to the audience. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak to ordinance 25-22? Yes, sir. Please come to the podium and give us your name and address.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Shane Patrick, Superintendent of Schools, Siloam Springs. I wanted to say that when I was made aware of this at a meeting with the city planners, I was really concerned when I heard it was an I-1. And then about that same time, Director Blair had reached out and wanted input. We are outside, I want to make it clear we are outside of the 300-foot zone, so we weren't directly notified about this change. I have done a lot of research. I am, as far as the school district's position, would not be in support of. Now, we don't get a vote, but this is just as public comment. We would not be in support of the I-1 designation. I think, like's been said by many people tonight, it opens the door down the road to things that I do not think fit in that and is not in the best interest of the school district, more importantly. So anything below that, we could be the school district could be supportive of. I do know that we're a growing community and we need jobs, and that's all important, but the I-1 is just not something that the school district feels is appropriate for that property that close to the school district. And so unless there's a question, I'll leave it at that. That's been the thing from the get-go, was the I-1 zoning was not something that I felt comfortable with this project. But anything below that, I-2 or whatever it fits in below that, I don't see, we would not oppose that as a school district.
Thank you very much, Shane.
Thank
Did
you.
you have any questions for? Nope, okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jewel Street. Madam Mayor and City Board of Directors, I still have a real concern about this being changed from the zoning it has to industrial of any kind. Megan gave me this at the break, and so I got to look at this little flyer everybody got. And if this is zoned even I-2, which is the lowest industrial, Unit 22, age-restricted businesses, tattoo shops and vape shops could be permitted on this. So if something falls through with their deal and they resell this property now or in the future, this zoning will stay with this piece of property. And so it will stay light industrial. And age-restricted businesses will be permitted on it. If it was C2, only special use would be permitted for age-restricted businesses. They would have to get a special use. I think I'm correct about that. And so I really am concerned about it going to light industrial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes.
Ask her a question. Ask her
Yeah, do you have a question?
regarding what she said.
Sure. Ask.
I think this is Ben or Megan. How close is the school to this property as far as that zoning on the Unit 22? Doesn't it matter if it's close to a school?
I had Chief Miller ask me that question. We have code that covers alcohol sales and the distance for alcohol, but we don't have a code that covers the distance for tobacco. Chief Miller brought up that there might be a state law that limits the distance, but he was thinking it was maybe 1,000. He doesn't know what that distance definitely is. But when I did the measurement on my phone, I just pulled up GIS and measured it. It was approximately 1,600 feet away from the school. So even if it was 1,000-foot distance requirement, they would still meet that requirement. And that was a bird eye shot. That wasn't actually using the streets. Typically, you measure those from the corner of a building to a corner of the school, you know. And when I did that, it was 1,600.
Okay, does our engineer know or our city attorney know?
I'm not sure if there's a restriction for alcohol or tobacco sales. I can check really quickly, though.
Okay.
Okay, so she's looking that up.
I'm thinking there's probably not, because right across from the intermediate school is a
Gas station that
gas
sells
station.
tobacco.
Scott Miller, Chief of Police. I just looked it up. There is no distance restriction for the sale. There is state and federal law that prohibits it being on any school-owned or leased property, but there's no distance restrictions on the sale. There is for tobacco and alcohol.
What about tattoos?
No.
I think there is for tattoos.
No.
Tattoo, yeah.
To answer your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Is there anyone else?
Diana Horton, 23063 Lawless. I just want to say I appreciate Mindy for emailing me back, and I appreciate that. Some of you did and some of you didn't. That's okay. It may have went into my junk file. I appreciate Director Allen that was my comment about our citizens. I don't mean this in any disrespect because I'm not that way, but I would encourage you to listen to your citizens because that's one of the things they say. Nobody listens to us, so why even care? Why vote? And I live on Lawless. I would get, and no respect, I hope and pray we get this in Siloam, maybe not at this place, but I hope and pray that you will listen to our citizens. And Director Allen, I appreciate you listening to, reading those, because we need to hear from our citizens. We need to listen to them, what they want and what they need. I would get all my Lawless additions to come, the citizens, and voice their opinion, right, whether I liked it or I didn't. But I appreciate y'all listening to your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Is there anyone else?
Nick Brashler, representing the Siloam Springs Chamber of Commerce. I'm the board chair. Arthur would be here. You mentioned that he retired today, so you're getting Lindsay and I. But want to thank you guys for presenting, and just thank the board. And thank you for your diligence, both in listening to your citizens, but also the efforts to go out and to actually see firsthand what's going on in Berryville. I've just appreciated it. This is one of my first times to get involved in your board meetings. I just appreciate the heart that you have, both for our community, but also business. And I think this is a great opportunity to bring these jobs into the Siloam Springs community. I do know a lot about HBF. They come well spoken of. And just knowing what they've done in the communities they've been in, they would be an asset to Siloam. And so thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your time too tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that.
And Director Rissler, even though there's not a state law that prohibits tobacco sales within a certain distance of a school, that is something the board of directors could do by ordinance if you chose to do so in the future.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike Horton, 23063 Lawless Road. I appreciate each one of you and the hard work that you do. There is some things that I have noticed. Many times when ordinances are read or passed, they make mention that the minimum requirements have been fulfilled. I don't know if that raises a flag to anybody else, but that's a concern. Minimum requirements. That means we're just barely getting by with what we're passing. I was once told that, and I believe every one of you want to do what's right. I know we're not voting, but I know you do. You want to do what's right, but are we doing right things? There's a lot of difference in doing what's right and doing right things. Brad could take a squirt gun to a 3-alarm fire. He needed water. That's really not the right thing. And I think all the things that we need to consider not just doing what's right, but doing the right things for our city and for our community, for our citizens. I listen to you all, and I know I've sat on state boards myself, and I'm glad I'm off. But besides that, when you all mention, well, if this doesn't take place, then what's going to happen after that? Well, I can tell you, and I think I've mentioned this before, pastoring the church on Lincoln Street, we was promised 2 years ago, and some of you on this board was there at that meeting. And along with Don Clark, we was told we will have this drainage taken care of
2 years later, it's worse now than it was. So when somebody tells me, yeah, this is the way it's going to be, I question just how valid and validity that what goes on down the road, we can't be sure. So we got to do not only what's right, but do things right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike. Is there anyone else?
Don Clark, 2135 Montclair Avenue, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. So since that was brought up, I'll address that. That was in May of 2023, my last month with the city. I'm no longer here, but I'm happy to be involved as a citizen to try to help get that rectified. That still is an issue. And then I do have one question, since the tabling came up. We would need some guidance from you if you to table what information we need to bring back to you when it's tabled. Is that not correct?
That is incorrect. Madam Mayor?
Yes, Chris?
That is applicable to the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission does not have the ability to deny by tabling. The city's Board of Directors does.
Okay, so just for a point of clarification, so the data that's been mentioned and was brought up by Megan that's been submitted, even though that would be reviewed with a significant development permit that would be reviewed by this board, is, again, you don't have to give us guidance, but we would ask if it's being tabled. If you want more information from us, we'll be happy to bring it to you, but we just kind of need a direction to go into, whether you have to or not. I'm not arguing that. I think it would be helpful for us to understand what it is so we can bring it back to you or get that information to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Anyone else?
Just because I killed Ryan Gill, Rogers, Arkansas, just because I killed a bunch of trees, I want to at least go over this so I don't have to kill some more next time I come in. So all this was trying to do is in one of the meetings, we discussed the zoning. Well, we don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know what's going there because that's part of the significant development plan. Well, this was to kind of give you all a glimpse of this. This is our exact layout that has been submitted to the city, that's been reviewed multiple times. All I did was get out crayons and pretty it up a little bit more. So what I'm gonna try to stay there and see it at the same time. As you can see, here's the street side. All these are your trees. There's your shrubs up front, and I'm trying to represent to y'all how much footprint the building truly takes, which is very minimal. So that, representing that. Additionally, over on the side where the residential is already done, you'll see a red line. There's a 6-foot privacy fence there. We did take out the loop. There's little to any, I could confidently say there's little to any light bleed that's gonna be happening to the adjacent property. As far as any light bleed from the actual facility itself, from site lighting, that's all been presented to Megan. I know I still owe her something additional, but all the lighting from the actual, for the site are wall packs on the actual building. It's zero that is hitting the outside edges of the property, which is why I actually owe Megan something, because it wasn't enough information because it just didn't reach that far. So that's that. We met every other requirement through that significant development plan, working with the fire department and anything like that. The only other thing, I did bring this just to give you all the second one as a comparison of the building, how far it sets back from the road compared to Walmart. And also you can kind of see what the footprint is compared to Walmart as well. Very, very little, and we do have the perimeter. I can go ahead and say this, the way that we submitted this was to remove every tree on site. We did that because it's a thicket pretty much right now, it's very overgrown. And if there are any type of trees that we can save based on our grading, everything else in the green spaces, we will, to add for additional buffering and things like that for the neighborhoods. Again, you can see on this one, someone mentioned earlier, it's been a long night. We have the detention pond to the south, we have the detention pond to the west. So we tucked it into the, as it was said, the least desirable part of the property where that was. Because we cannot remove, one of those is actually owned by Walmart. The other one is actually facilitates one of the shopping centers across the road. So we can't really change that either. We're just modifying it to accommodate for us and for them. So anyway.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, directors, I will come back to you.
I have one question, Madam Mayor.
Okay, David?
The gentleman that was just up there, what is your function with the company?
Name
Are
is
you the
Ry-
owner?
I'm sorry, sir?
Are you the owner?
No, sir. My name is Ryan Gill. I'm a professional civil engineer with Martin and Martin. I'm the
Okay.
civil engineer that does the
Oh,
site
we got the
drawings.
Martin and Martin
That
letter.
is correct,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
Yes, sir.
You're
Been doing this about
you're the
25
one who
years.
wrote the letter.
Yes, sir. That
Yeah,
is correct, sir.
Gill.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
I'm not done.
sorry.
I understand Don Clark was hired by the company to represent them and escort this project through the process, and he's done a very good job. But has the owner of the company ever come to our board meetings?
I'm the owner's representative. I'm the one that does these projects.
But the owner, if this plant is this important to the future of this company, the owner has not come in 3 meetings, I guess.
Well, there's multiple owners. So Hanson Brook Farms is owned by probably a total of 12 individuals. There's 2 primary owners that are the most active. But I'm the one that's sort of in charge of the development projects. So that's why I'm here. So.
And I appreciate you being here to answer questions of the board, but I know it's not that big of a company that one of the owners could not have come to one of the meetings to express how important this project is. And then I had just one other question, and I'm not sure who can answer this. When did the application to change to I-2 get submitted?
The application to change to I-2,
The zoning from I-1 to
the
I-6?
request came from the applicant in an email today, if that's what you're referring to, at 3:45, I believe.
We did have an application that was submitted for the
Oh,
I-2
my
as
apologies,
part
yes. of
the July 1st submittals. It's currently under review. However, they're taking this route to amend this ordinance. And if this gets amended, then they'll just drop that application.
What was the point of doing the application to change it? If this went through, were they still planning to change it? If it went through as I-1, were they still planning to change it to I-2?
If it went through as I-1, the plan was to rezone it to I-2 immediately after. And that's why they
Because I
submitted the
remember-
follow-up I-2 request, but they've chosen this route to make it easier, so it's
I
just.
just
those
remember
funds.
at the last board meeting, someone had said that they had received that change request
Yes,
at the
yeah.
at that meeting.
And I would have to defer to the applicant, but I believe that was based on some of the feedback that the applicant received from board members.
But what did you receive today, Chris?
Today, we received an email that requested to change it within this setting. I think that was based off of some conversations with staff that may have had that said.
One that we got, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, from
And-
Mr. Gill.
And that makes it where if we can administratively do it through this process without having to go back through the full rezone process.
Thank you. That answers that. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, did someone else?
Betsy, did you? Yeah.
Just real quick, I appreciated y'all standing up and talking about the citizens, because that is a big deal to me. And I haven't mentioned it. It has been part of my struggle. But I've actually had more people ask me to vote yes on it, the citizens, than I have had asked me not to. So that's part of the reason I have spent a lot of time looking into it, is to make the absolute best decision I possibly can and take the citizens into account. And I'll be 100% honest, because that's who I am. I struggle with it because I'm a people pleaser and I want everybody to be happy. So anyway, but thank y'all.
Good luck with that.
It's not
Yeah, that's not.
Mindy?
Okay, so I appreciate, too, the encouragement to listen to the citizens. I think all of us do. Ultimately, we have to make a decision. I feel like at least the last meeting, if not the first, we were already sort of going down that I-2 route. So I'm not sure that we need more time to really think about that, because that's already sort of where we've been thinking. I personally would rather not table it. We have heard from citizens. Where any change we're making is for a lesser extreme than for more extreme. The company, I feel like, has done what they can to respond and address our concerns. So I would like to see us move forward with this tonight.
Well, I didn't think tabling was in the plan anymore. I thought the amendment was the plan.
Well, we can amend, we can table, we can
I thought, Madam
amend
Mayor, you
and do
said
all
if
three
the
readings.
amendment happened, we read the first.
It'll make it the first reading.
Yeah.
If all
and
we
then-
do is that.
And then the second, third at the next meeting. I thought that's what you said.
If we do that, but if, you also have the option to amend and then to do all three readings. Or if you don't do all three readings, you make the amendment, it becomes the first reading.
Right.
And then we can put it on three readings tonight.
That's right.
Okay, so, yeah, and I was gonna do that unless someone else has something to say, but go ahead.
Lisa?
I want to say that we always want to give the citizens an opportunity. Our discussion has always been I-1. We have brought it up as directors. We have not had that conversation with citizens. I want to be fair on both sides. And it's important that we include citizens in the conversation. We have had I-1 conversations. We didn't know until I walked in tonight, I didn't even know I-2 was on the table, except that they submitted that application, which I'm going to say I appreciate that the company did do that. But we have not had that conversation, clearly have not had that conversation with the citizens. And the citizens are a big factor in the decision of what we do with our community. And so I do want to give respect that if, I don't believe in doing all three readings, I'm sorry. And if it, especially if it doesn't hurt the company and it doesn't hurt the timeline, as Chris clearly identified, there's no harm done. It just keeps, Chris clearly identified, it does not hurt the timeline.
Well, I understand, and I don't want to misspeak. I thought we had spoken about I-2 at our last meeting.
We as directors, not the citizens.
At the public meeting. At our public meeting, that
We
all
asked for it, but
citizens.
at that point, we didn't know for sure that was, because it wasn't even an application. How can we just speak about something that an application was just submitted? Our conversation was based off of I-1. And you can't speak on, we just got that application submitted, so the discussion had nothing to do with I-2. We suggested it, and I appreciate the company hearing what the citizens have to say and hearing what we have to say, but we still should never take their right away to speak. And there's a reason we give three readings, and the table has turned. We're having a whole different conversation.
Madam Mayor?
So, is that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I won't agree to
Yeah.
three readings.
Madam Mayor?
Mindy, did you have anything else?
Well, I was going to make a motion.
Okay, so David.
I had said, when we got here and saw the email from Mr. Gill, I got here early, and I spoke to Chris. I said, I think after, from watching the planning meeting, and I'm not speaking for planning commission at all, but I think they probably would have voted to approve it if it had been I-2. And so I was surprised that this is coming up in the 11th hour, in that I think Don had turned it in at the last meeting, the application or whatever, the request. But if it had been all along okay to do I-2, wasn't that started, why wasn't that done in the beginning? If it was okay to do I-2, why wasn't that was what was presented to Planning Commission? I think that they would have looked at it differently, but maybe not.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Brad?
I support Director Hunt. There was discussion on I-2. Along with Director Blair, I attended the block party. I've just had a tremendous amount of support for this project, and industry leaders have reached out to me in support of that. I appreciate the chamber showing up tonight in absence of Arthur moving on to greater things in life, and had a good conversation with him today. Happy for him. I support the amendment. I don't think it's going to change the vote. The real question will be, if we pass this at the next level, will they succeed or fail?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ken?
Just real quick. Listening to the citizens, yes, I mean, that's why we're here, that's what we do. And maybe that's, after I've thought about it and heard everybody, maybe that's why I've had such a hard time. Because I too, and I appreciate Betsy saying what she did, I have heard just as much positive as I have negative. It all did come down, though, to the I-1 in that location. But I think we have beat that to death, and we now know that that's not even a consideration. But, you know, the comments that have been made about us listening to the citizens, that's why we're here, that's what we do. And we don't take it lightly. And again, you know, it'd be easy if everybody said, don't do it. Well, it'd be great to say. 100% citizens don't want you in town, so best of luck down the road. But that's not the case. You know, in my situation, we're looking at 50-50. And, you know, that's when this job really gets tough. That's all.
Betsy?
Okay, at this point in the evening, I need clarification. So as far as what our options are, how many votes it takes to amend it, to table it, to, yeah.
Okay, so if you make the motion to amend, it will take 2/3 majority to make the amendment. Okay?
And 2/3 is
And if you want to make,
5 people.
that's right, that's right.
It's like 4.7.
I'll be 0.7.
If you make the amendment, and then we'll ask for a motion because it has been requested, I'll ask for a motion to place it on its first, second, and third reading. Okay? That first, second, and third reading, I believe, also takes 2/3 majority, so it would take 5 votes. If that motion fails, then we would go back to, because it has been amended, it then becomes the first reading. And so that's what I would ask a motion for, to place it on its first reading.
As amended.
As amended, suspending the rules, reading title only. So does that make sense? That help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, all right.
I got to commend you. You just explained it perfectly, Madam Mayor. You gave all of the things in order, so I'm impressed.
Thank you, David. Okay, so I am assuming at this point that we are ready for me to ask for those motions. Is that correct? Okay. So the first motion I am going to ask for is a motion to amend the rezoning from I-1 to I-2
So moved.
in our ordinance 25-22.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to make the amendment for the rezone to be to I-2, okay? From PD to I-2. Everybody clear on that? That is our motion and second. Roll call.
Miles?
Can we go through this again? Yes.
No.
Hunt.
Yes.
Bristler.
Yes.
Allen.
No.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Motion is approved. That is a 6-1 vote. So next we will move to, I'm sorry, Christina, no. That's just the amendment.
Oh, that's.
Okay, yeah. Hang on, girl, I'm coming to you. So next, I will ask for a motion to place ordinance 25-22 on its first, second, and third reading, suspending the rule and reading by title only. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the first, second, and third reading. Roll call.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler. No. Allen.
No.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
No.
Motion fails by 4 yeses, 3 noes. So with that, I will ask for a motion to place ordinance 25-22 as amended on its first reading, suspending the rules and reading by title only.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
No.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina.
Ordinance number 25-22, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code City Zoning Map, rezoning from PD to I-2, property located at the 500 block of North Progress Avenue.
Thank you, ma'am. And so for you all, I'm assuming you understand where we are at this point, that
So we're coming back in 3 weeks.
the next meeting, yes, they will reconsider this with the I-2, with the I-2 change, and you can ask for the second and third reading at that time. And that next meeting is August the 5th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. Thank you all very much. With that, we will move to ordinance 25-23, third reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from PD to C2, the 600 block of North Progress Avenue. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, current planner. This is the third reading for a rezoning request located at the 600 block of North Progress Avenue. As a reminder, the applicant is requesting to rezone the northern portion of Lot 1 of the reserve subdivision consisting of 18.4 acres from PD planned development to C2 roadway commercial. The applicant is also requesting to amend the future land use designation for the northern portion of the property from mixed-use centers to regional commercial to allow for large offices and shops. There have been no changes since the previous readings, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
I believe this also correlates with what we've just been speaking of. Does it need to have a time frame on it as well, or
No, I don't.
can we have some explanation on that, please?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Chris.
the total property is a planned development. If a portion of a planned development is not developable, then the full planned development is invalid. Therefore, rezoning the north portion of this and not the south portion of this would have an undevelopable piece of property on the south portion of this property. Staff would advise that the board of directors, if you want to do that, then that is up to you, but I would deflect to the city attorney for further information.
Sounds like this should be tabled to be heard with the other rezoning.
Because they are tied together. Okay, so after hearing that, directors, can I have a motion to table ordinance 25-23 to the August 5th meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, see you in 3 weeks. Next is ordinance 25-24, third reading, vacation of a utility and drainage easement at 407 and 505 Buffalo Gap Drive. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, current planner. This is the third reading of an easement vacation request located at 407 and 505 Buffalo Gap Drive. As a reminder, the applicant is requesting to vacate utility and drainage easements on Lot 5, Phase 2, and Lot 18, Block 5 of the Stonecrest subdivision. There have been no changes since the previous readings, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Directors, comments or questions? There is not. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 25-24? There is not. So do I have a motion to place ordinance 25-24 on its third reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler. Yes. Allen.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-24, an ordinance vacating and abandoning utility easements at 407 and 505 Buffalo Gap Drive.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have an ordinance, do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-24?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler. Yes. Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Ordinance 25-24 is adopted. Next is ordinance 25-25, second reading, amending the city municipal codes, repeal of the city's planning area boundary. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Ben Rhodes. Yes, this is the second reading. Again, this is a reminder, there was a state statute that was passed by Act 314 that at least eliminates all planning area ability for cities in Arkansas. So this is just an ordinance to bring Siloam Springs into compliance with state law. We have not received any further comments since the first reading. We're available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Directors, comments or questions?
We could do the second and third on this if we wished.
I believe that is correct that we can.
We're on the second one.
So, yeah. So do we,
Sure.
yes.
I make a motion, we do a second and third reading.
Okay, so before I do that, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on this ordinance. There is not. So, Brad? You have a motion? What is your motion?
There. We do the second and third reading on ordinance, where are we at here? 25-25, amending city municipal code, repealing the planning area boundary.
And suspending the rules, reading by title only.
No reason not to do 2 and 3 if it's state mandated, so, yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for the second and third reading. Roll call.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler. Yes. Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-25, an ordinance amending section 54-11 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code and repealing the city planning area boundary to conform to state law requirements and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-25?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have to approve the emergency clause before we adopt it?
An emergency clause has to be voted on separately. There has
Right.
to be a separate vote.
But do I need to do it before we adopt it, or can I do it after we adopt it?
Well, do we need it?
Well, it's on, it's,
I don't think it matters. You
Okay.
can do it after, just
Okay.
so long as there's a separate vote on the emergency clause.
okay, all
But my
right.
question is, do we need it if it's going to take 30 days? I mean, it's not like it's an emergency to get it done, is it?
Well, I think because the state law passed, we need to come into compliance. Was there not an emergency clause listed on that ordinance whenever you read it?
There is.
There is.
Oh, okay.
And the state law will become effective, I believe, what is it, August 4th? Yeah.
August 4th, yep.
Right, at
So,
the
yeah,
very
that's
last,
why.
it says, and declaring an emergency. I didn't see that. Thank you, Megan.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Wiles. Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler. Yes. Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Apologize, my voice broke.
Motion to adopt is approved. Do I have a motion to adopt the emergency clause for ordinance 25-25?
So moved.
Second.
Have we have an emergency. We do. We have a motion and a second to
Do we
approve
need
the
another,
emergency clause. Roll
another
call.
break here?
Hunt,
Need a Sour Patch Kid to get a sugar rush going.
Hey, it's the official candy, right?
Yeah.
Hunt,
Yes. Yes.
Bristler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Emergency clause is adopted. All right, with that, we will move to our resolutions. Resolution 27-25, grant application, Parks and Recreation for Community Building Restoration. Arkansas Economic Development Commission, $1,514,510. And Jason?
Yes, ma'am. Travis is going to present this for you, but I wanted to let you know kind of some context. Christina and I and Director Wiles toured the community building a while back, found out it needed some major improvements, and I reached out to the city of Lincoln, where I live at, talked to the mayor, because they just got done redoing their community building, and he told me about this grant. I gave Travis an impossible task to get this done in the very short time to present this to you, so I'll let him fill that in, but he's done an amazing job, so thank you. Travis.
Travis, one more time.
Thank you, Jason. Board, Mayor, nice to see you all again. Travis Cheney, Parks and Recreation Manager. Again, you've got before you tonight for consideration grant application for a community building restoration. And again, I don't know if any of y'all have tried to rent the community building recently, but it's booked out definitely through the end of the year. Partway into next year, it is really our central hub of community life in Siloam Springs. It's used basically every single night of the week, reliably. Wednesday is the only night that's sometimes available. And if we wish for it to continue being used as a central hub of community life, it would really be beneficial to try to improve it. As Jason mentioned, it's showing its age. It's 90 years old. It's been 30 years since it's had any major work performed to it. And applying for this grant through the Arkansas Economic Development Commission would be, in staff's opinion, a great way to try to defray some of the cost. Attached to this staff report are a couple of photos of some of the items in need of repair. And then you should have an opinion of probable cost from Ellingson Contracting. They worked with us to bring in a lot of different tradespeople to take a look at the various items that need addressing and try to come up with some line item costs that will be needed in the grant application. Grand total, if we are able to get everything approved through this grant, would be $1.5 million. The city's portion of that matching grant application would be 20%, or around $300,000. And we'd have 2 years to complete the work if it is approved. And I stand ready to answer any questions you might have.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Ken?
Travis, I just want to say you missed an ideal selling point here. You did not show all the rodents, the dead rodents that we found as we were going through that building. So that would have, expedited things a little bit.
There you go. There's also a skeleton of a duck in the crawl space that protects the whole thing.
You should be held
That should go
liable.
to the museum,
PETA
actually.
wants to talk to you. Madam Mayor?
Yes, David?
I think it's very important that, as Travis pointed out, that we let the citizens know 20% is all that this would cost the citizens, 20%, which is $303,000 for $1.5 million project. And if Ellingson says that's what it's cost, I trust them. They're a good company. And so I think you've done a good job here, Travis. And I got to tell you, I know a lot of 90-year-olds, and that's one of the best-looking 90-year-olds I know, really. It's held its own.
And it does. I mean, it is used constantly. It's probably one of the most used
It was
buildings.
well-built when it was, but you got to give it TLC every so often. Yeah. Do you know, Travis, has it ever been updated or?
My understanding is that it sat vacant for a time, and then the late 80s or early 90s, it was a big overhaul was performed. Air conditioning was added. A lot of work was done then. And to the best that I can figure, that's kind of the last time anything major has been done. We've replaced the HVAC.
You're probably right.
But,
1980 sounds right.
It definitely, you'll see there on that line item cost, the biggest expense, well over half, is work on masonry repair on the exterior. We're getting a lot of water intrusion through joints that are missing masonry. And then at the roof, all of the flashing for the roof membrane, where it meets the kind of historic masonry, lots of failure there. So that's really the lion's share of it, but if any of y'all have been inside, there's lots that needs done on the interior as well, that's caused by water intrusion.
But this'll, I mean.
This,
yeah,
and
this'll
again,
get-
this grant is not guaranteed.
Yeah.
And they could come back and say, we won't fund the whole thing, but we'll fund a portion of it, and at which point we'd have to really decide what priorities are. So
We
this is
started-
kind of shooting for the stars that would get us everything we
Yeah,
need for a long time.
and which we should, yeah. I remember us first saying, hey, we need to bring this up to code with sprinkler system, et cetera, because of the potential that got talked about in the freezing weather for homeless. And there was just no way because of all the things that are, it's way behind. It's way behind on what anyone could be housed temporarily. So I remember us talking about we'd sold the land in Oklahoma and we had some money set aside that was not used. And then, of course, our quality of life sales tax. So I don't think you can pick a better project for us besides Sager Creek to be putting some of our eggs in a basket. And so thank you, Travis. I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor?
What else? Yes, Betsy.
And I do appreciate that the money, our percent, if we get it, will come from quality of life funds. The money's already there, coming from a restricted fund. That's, my understanding is it'll come from quality of life?
Correct.
Is that?
Correct.
Okay, that's perfect. I really appreciate all your work on this. Yeah, it's a big deal. I will tell you, it was used in the 70s.
Okay.
They had ballet classes and tap classes and the recitals there.
Yes.
So I have pictures to prove it.
Madam Mayor,
Indy.
I think the curtains may be 90 years old.
Yeah, the curtains are in rough shape.
Yeah, they don't look quite as good as the exterior, David.
Mindy, those curtains were there when you were going to high school dances.
I know. No, I appreciate the work you've put into this. And my only question is, do we have any idea how long it will take us to hear once we apply for the grant?
Grant application is due at the end of this month. And then I believe that, and it's in this packet here, I think it's September when we hear back.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
And Mayor, I could go on about that building, but no matter what the outcome is with the grant, we're on the right direction and it costs what it costs.
Well said.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address Resolution 27-25?
I'll move.
There is not. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution 27-25?
Let's speed this up a little bit.
I'm ready, Mayor. Let's go.
Do you make that motion, sir?
Every resolution.
Yeah, I'm already on Lawless
And we have a
Road.
second. Slow down, brother, we're getting there.
He's
We're
already
getting
on
there.
the next one. I've moved
Roll
on.
call.
I've moved on.
Did you get a second?
I did, I got a second, yes.
All right.
Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
Roll call.
Chrysler?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Carroll?
Yes.
Blair?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Wiles?
Yes.
Hunt?
Yes.
I think we're all getting a little punch drunk.
Motion is approved. Yes,
Timing.
yes, we've had quite a discussion. So next is Resolution 28-25, Final Plat Development Permit for Lawless Ranch, Phase 3 Edition, 23006 Lawless Road. Ben?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ben Rhodes, Senior Planner. This item does need to be tabled because they had some issues with their legal notification. I believe that is all detailed in the memo, but we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So do I have a motion to table Resolution 28-25?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table till our next meeting, August 5th. Is that correct, Ben? Ben? the August 5th meeting?
Yes, that's what the.
What's your recommendation?
Yes, okay. Roll call.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Motion is approved for tabling. Resolution 29-25, preliminary plat development permit, Oak Brook Phase 2 addition, 2200 block of North Cheney Street.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Yes, we are at, excuse me, this is being moved over. Let me get to the correct slides here. Yes, so this is the 2200 block of North Cheney and Dagan Street, is an extension of Oak Brook subdivision, Phase 2, zoned to, proposed zoning to R2 for the portion that's not in the city limits. And of course, you do see a section that is already zoned R2. And what they're wishing to do is to construct additional 43 single-family residential lots. This will be on 15.5 acres. Here we see the proposed subdivision. As you can see, it extends out north of the two stub-out streets and then goes out to Highway 43. There is some annexation that's required. We are suggesting this comes in as the R2 zone to match with the first phase. We have this been reviewed by our consultant engineer who's with us this evening, and he's found that there is a condition needed to address the runoff concerns with the 100-year floodplain. So that has been included. Lot sizes are generally larger than Phase 1 and are consistent with the lots within the area. Traffic will be split between North Carl and Highway 43. So there'll be even in impact because there's two ways in and out of the subdivision with the connection going to Highway 43. Planning Commission did review this, and they do recommend approval as presented with the conditions regarding the annexation and as well as the 100-year floodplain. We're available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I believe that this and the next preliminary plat, I cannot support. I think that we are paying the piper from previous management having stated several occasions that they want more homes, more customers, more utilities, more money for the city. And I think we've been unfocused on the problems that come with more and more and more home building. And I think we're getting overbuilt. I know everybody says, oh, as soon as one gets, well, let's see the local builders doing that. These are being done by companies coming in and building out as many homes as they can get into a small property. And it just almost feels like the tail wagging the dog because we are constantly having residential complaints, valid complaints of their yards now being a lake. Within 2 hours of a heavy rain, I'm getting the videos, I'm getting the pictures. They're having to use a pump to get the water out of their yard. And it just, like out in this area, people on Lawless Road, ever since the duplexes got built north, it just seems like it's never ending, whether it's here or elsewhere, that we are not taking care of the citizens that are already here. And a lot of it, I think we are pressured that there's a need. We got more homes, people moving here. We got to do it. And there's a lot of realtors in town. They want a lot more product to sell. I don't believe that we have to keep approving these. I brought it up 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm going to bring it up again. I think at some time you have to do a moratorium for 6 months to a year to let things settle. I was around in 2008 when the financial crisis of home building and realty crashed. Centerton was overbuilt and sat empty for 4, 5, 6 years with neighborhoods getting rats infested in homes that were unsellable. And I'm not saying that's coming, but I'm just saying I'm fed up with our citizens that are already here, people who've lived there their whole life, now having their entire livelihood, their entire home life ruined because of more and more homes being built around them, which dumps the water. And yeah, they may be in the 100-year floodplain, but it doesn't seem to be occurring every 100 years. It seems to be occurring every year. So I can't support it, and I'm not gonna vote for any more housing development, period.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Brad.
I think that opens up another topic, and it was in my closing comments requesting a workshop, but it's a little deeper than that, and I agree with Director Allen. There are some major issues here with our development. And one is stormwater management as a utility. I talked with Chris a little bit about that. You can look in the area, what that looks like about stormwater management regarding to development and charging it as a utility. And it brings in the other thing, which goes in with our UDC code and going into next year, which I'll bring up. But it's time to get proactive on infill. I believe some of our C2 zoning that's occurring will allow for affordable housing and not urban sprawl. Urban sprawl is the issue because we've invaded our wetland areas and it directly impacts the runoff, which is causing the secondary problem mentioned by Director Allen. And so we've developed in these areas already and the problems are there. I don't know if halting them will solve it, but we definitely, sometime in the near future, we need to aggressively address this as a city board. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor,
Pete?
I was wondering if we could hear a little bit about the drainage and how it's being affected or worked through here. I know this is like second try on this, and I think the first time we saw this, we had big concerns, and I know some changes have been made from the first time to now, and I'd like to know kind of what transpired and how you have looked at taking care of the water issue to allow the water to drain.
Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. I will deflect that to our consultant engineer, Garver, Mr. Joe.
So the main concern was, if you see on the exhibit, that blue hatch is the 100-year floodplain, and the road running east and west is filling in that floodplain quite a bit. And if you can just imagine, if you don't do that correctly, you're creating a dam, and could potentially cause issues for the homes that are upstream of this development. So I've been working with Mr. Holmeyer, who's the engineer for the subdivision, to make sure that there's an adequately sized culvert for that underneath that road that will convey the 100-year floodplain without causing issues upstream of the development.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So, Madam Mayor, what
Does
is
that, David?
the blue? I see this, but on the map in our board packet, there's a blue line that looks like, is that the culvert you're talking about? The actual blue thing that goes under the homes?
Yeah, not under the homes. That should be
Or not
clear.
under the, you're right, not
under the
home.
roadway, though.
Between the lots.
Yes, sir. And that's that was my condition, is what is shown is not necessarily the final culvert size. Mr. Holmeyer and I are still working that through and making sure it is sized correctly.
Yeah, it's here, but it's not marked in blue, so it's a little hard to read, but it's in our board packet.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I know what I do for my day job, and I do know that we have a large number of homes that have been built recently and are being built. I do think it's something we need to be aware of and be on top of that. But I think the market also regulates. If investors are not getting their return on investment, they're going to hold back. And I'm not sure if we are the best force for that, or if the market may be. No, I'm not interested in seeing a bunch of homes empty, just taking up space when we could be having families live in there. I think with our way things are going with government right now, we're seeing things slow down a little bit. In some aspects, we're seeing it slow down a lot. But to take away an individual's right to be able to purchase a piece of property and to have an opportunity to develop it, and then it comes through and it's recommended for us to come in and say, we don't like this because there's too many. I'm not sure that's the best position for us. I think they did come through at first try or first attempt, and they wanted to do all the houses together, and now they've got it in 2 phases. And I think the lot size has been increased, which was something I was personally recommending for them. I think this will be a good development to go through. We may see some people who are against this. But there was a time when their house was probably built that someone maybe was against their home being built. But I think it'd be good to see this one approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ken.
Ben, couple of, maybe I just heard it wrong, but you made a comment and the engineer said a couple of things that didn't sound real confident to me about this being adequate or done correctly. Is that safe to say, or did I just misunderstand? It just seems to me if we're going to approve this, we should know that, yes, there is not going to be a problem. And it's been stated, every time a development seems to come up to us, there is a drainage problem at some point, whether it's on paper or after the fact. And we can all mention housing additions that after the fact were done poorly. And I certainly wouldn't want that to happen again, but it just sounded like there was, I don't want to say, you weren't instilling confidence in me that we can get this built without any issues. And I'm not against it if we're confident that there will be no issues. But if there's hesitation, or if there's, it looks good on paper. I've been a party to too many engineering projects that looked really good on paper that were complete failures. And I don't want to be tied to anything like that.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Chris.
So when we look at development proposals on a subdivision level, we heard a member of the audience earlier talk about the minimum standard, and there's a reason why we utilize that language. State law, or excuse me, case law requires us in Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission to look at our code, and we can only apply the minimum standard. That is law. That is in that case law, the City of Little Rock Planning Commission was found to have exceeded its authority when it denied an approval of a preliminary plat on considerations other than the minimum standards set forth in the subdivision ordinance. So one of the things that we look at is we do look at the drainage criteria manual. We assess if there are issues, and whenever we have an item like this come through and you see conditions, whenever it's a condition on something that's allowed by right, then that is more of the board granting permission for it to move forward with the conditions that it meets the board's or the minimum requirements of the ordinance. So when we have the engineering statement on there that says engineering drainage condition, no rise in the 100-year flood elevation, then that to me shows that is, if that's the only condition remaining, then that means that that's the only thing that's left to bring it into the minimum requirements of the code to meet the state law. They will still have to work with staff, but the board is not obligated to approve it at this level. This is one of the occasions where you're not required to approve a site development plan that does not currently meet the requirements of the code. You could, other actions at this time, since it doesn't currently meet those requirements, would be to table the item, but staff would recommend to move forward with the item with that condition because it would not change the outcome.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Lisa.
You say that the drainage criteria manual, it's always on the 100-year. Can we as a city, and this may be for the attorney, can we as a city say, we want to set that standard a little higher, like a 10-year? Because we are seeing floodwater it's more prevalent than before.
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Find out, though.
Okay.
I know the standard is the 100-year and plan, but I can check on that.
Okay, because we're seeing more rainfall. We are seeing more things being built and more flooding occurring. And I agree with Director Allen and Director Burns that we're not dealing with our drainage issues. And I've stood in people's homes with them in floodwater, and I shouldn't have to be doing that in our community. And so I agree with them. We got to be cautious. It's not about having homes to sell. It's about taking care of our citizens. And so I agree with the drainage, but I would like to know if we could set our standard, because I know we can't go less than the state, but I thought we could go more restrictive.
There are certain times that you can and certain times that you can't, but let me dig into this and I'll get you an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
I think we can legally and honestly say that, yes, each development we're looking at abides by the drainage plan. Whatever they've presented, it's going to drain. It's going to drain right there. For what they're going to build, it's going to drain properly. What we have not done for umpteen years is consider all the homes that are surrounding these new developments that receive the water. Now, the current one, yep, drains, perks, everything, no problem. What about John, Ted, and Sally down the street that have had this happen, and now there's going to be even more? This is right next to the property that got built behind Missy Morris, and she told us there was already drainage problems as soon as they started digging. And this is like 2 or 3 times the size, and it's right next to it. So I think we can do what we're supposed to do and approve something and planning, because yep, the drainage, yep. But we don't, as a board, go out and say, we can see our citizens' problems. And, oh, by the way, coming up next week, that bare piece of property right next to this 30-house development is going to have 40 more houses on it. And these people in the 30 houses is already having problems. But when do we sit back and say, you know, we got to think about the people that are here and those that are being affected by the runoff from the new development. The new development, yeah, it drains and it abides by the drainage, no problem, but that's really not the problem that we should be addressing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? If not, is there an, I'm sorry, Betsy?
I was slow. I'm slow this time.
That's right.
So condition number 2, I know Director Rissler talked about changing it in our code or whatever. Can we change it or table it and say we want to change that to a less than 100-year?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Chris.
we cannot require stricter requirements than the minimum requirement of our code.
Okay, thank you.
You can in the future,
code.
you can change the code, but
That
you
is
can't
correct.
now
You can,
because
you can amend the ordinance and change the drainage criteria manual to have that in the drainage criteria manual in the future. However, this project is set in stone. This project has been submitted, and even if we were to change that ordinance during this meeting, it is based off of the time that this project was submitted.
Are you done? Madam Mayor, I do have a quick question. So I thought when we were assessing drainage issues, we did look at how it was going to impact not just that area, but the areas outside. And we have just gotten so much rain. I remember asking Philip for a rain study 4 or 5 years ago because we were having all these issues. And sure enough, he came back and said, yeah, we were. And we've just gotten even more rain since then. But is that part of the process to look at how a new development will impact the areas around them as far as drainage is concerned? Or is it just dealing with the subdivision?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Chris.
I will say that whenever, and I'll let Joe respond to this, whenever we look at the adjacent area, we look at 2 primary things, and I'll let him get a little bit more into the depth. We look at verifying that the peak discharge is equal to or less than, which means whenever the discharge amount at any given point in time exits the property, it isn't at a higher peak, which means it may take longer for it to drain out, but it's supposed to, according to the plan that was provided, show that that doesn't increase in volume. I'm not an engineer, I'll let you guys discuss that. But the other thing that we look at is, so we look at the peak discharge, and then we also look at verifying that it does not have an adverse impact on adjacent properties. Typically, whenever we look at that, that's from a floodplain administration consideration. So in this case, the condition number 2 is more specifically in reference to a floodplain administration consideration, which is the engineering drainage condition, no rise. That's got to have a certified engineered stamp, which is can be pretty challenging, and I'm sure that the engineer for this project is very appreciative that that was there. But that is...
And that's related to the adjacent properties.
That's correct. So that no rise will determine that there's no rise upstream or downstream. And I just want to just give a little bit of history on my background. I was a certified floodplain manager for over 10 years, and I have a stormwater background, but I am not an engineer. So as far as the calculations and different stuff relative to that, then our engineer can provide any additional information.
Chris did a pretty great job, actually.
Well,
add to it, but he covered the basics.
Yeah, obviously, we do have a problem. All of us have stood in the yards of people who are experiencing flooding. But I did think that one of the criteria that we looked at was how these new properties were going to impact other properties. And Chris helped answer that question, so thank you.
Yep.
Betsy?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
so since we also have the engineer who's doing this project, I think, on the other side of the podium, would he mind standing up and addressing this, please?
Your turn, Ron.
Thought you'd get away with it since I wasn't going to say anything, right? It's usually me.
Ron Holmeyer, Civil Engineering, 701 South Mount Olive. I was waiting for the public comment period or a direct question directed to me, but since y'all were asking your staff, I was biding my time. The condition about this is basically just working through and finding the right size culverts so that it can be certified that the people upstream will not be dealing with water that's more than a foot higher than what it is now, which is the FEMA federal floodplain regulation. My history told me that this shouldn't have been a condition since it's something to just work through, but it is what it is. Streets are built across floodplains all over the country, and it always boils down to, do you have the culvert or bridge sized adequately to carry the water to where it doesn't impact people upstream or downstream by more than 1 foot? And that's where we're at. I think we're really close. Culvert sizing and grades are the solutions and calculations, and looks like I'm gonna be doing a little more detail to come up with those numbers to satisfy, to prove that we are complying with that and to have the backup information for the no-rise certificate. And we'll get there. I thought I was there a couple weeks ago, but I finally got comments back yesterday or today that still needed to go do a little more work, so anyway. Yeah, it's, as far as the overall drainage, we do look at the upstream and downstream as part of the drainage criteria manual. There are drainage problems in a lot of different places in this town that probably have been exacerbated by the development, but are probably very similar to the ones that I used to go around and look at when I was city engineer 20 or 30 years ago now. So, and I think a lot of those are still the same problems that you look at today, but that's another night. We've been here long enough. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David?
Ron, I am impressed with the blue line, the culvert that is on our map, that actually you are directing the water to go a certain direction, and we don't have that happen a lot, so I am impressed with that.
Well, the blue hatching is from FEMA. That's what they've identified as being special, flood hazard area.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the culvert that we have that's in blue, the culvert right there that you designed.
Oh.
Yeah.
That proposed.
On ours, it's colored blue. Okay. So it looks
yeah,
professional, and it's actually taking the water. So I am impressed because we don't often see those.
Yeah, that one is carrying the water from.
Yeah, from the.
Heritage Ranch.
But my question is, where is it going to take the water to? Because just to the east of this, our map says Heritage Ranch Phase 2, and it looks like North Carl does not go any further north. I thought it did, but.
North Carl goes all the way to Lawless.
I thought it did. It just doesn't, it's not showing on our map.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure what map you're looking at, but.
I'm just questioning, where's that water going to go when it gets directed away from?
What that is basically doing is following the same general route that the water does now. It runs through that property.
Oh, there's a little pond over there.
Yeah.
Off of Carl. Yep, okay.
And so it runs through that low area now, gets to the main channel where the blue hatching is in the drawing, in the picture that's on the screen now. And it goes from north to south to 43. The FEMA has identified that in a 100-year flood, it should be going over the top of 43, not just under it. We're designing ours so that it will not only be completely running under the roadway through the culverts, but it will be done in such a fashion that the upstream elevations of the floodplain will not change by more than a foot.
You answered my questions.
Yes.
Because Ron's on a roll. So When do we go to bridge from culvert? I mean, you know, what is there a size variance there?
Usually it deals with volume, but where it gets to the point where it's more cost effective to do the bridge. But technically what you've got under 43 is a culvert right now, box culvert already. So it didn't get to a big enough volume to justify a bridge when they built 43.
Did I answer your question?
Thank you.
Yes, thanks,
Okay.
Ron.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I actually appreciate the presentation and explanation from staff and from Ron. And this is a big improvement with this culvert taking the water to where hopefully it will not be affecting a lot of the residents on Lawless Road that are already dealing with this problem. If this is forcing the water to go away and in a different direction, and as Ron has pointed out, connect to other culverts, then this is a huge improvement over what we've had before. And I had not seen this when I first spoke, so I'm going to support this now.
Thank you, David. Anyone else, directors? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this resolution?
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jewel Street. Madam Mayor and City Board of Directors, I wanted to ask Ron Holmeyer, I think he has worked here in the city for several years doing this kind of work. Has he ever had a project like this that has caused flooding to the neighborhood around?
Actually, it's not a time for questions. This is really a comment period, okay? But I get what you're asking, okay? So I am going to defer to Chris and see if perhaps he can answer that question for you. How about that?
Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Madam Mayor, the staff will decline.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps you can talk to Ron after and he can maybe fill you in if he has. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor and Board, I beg your indulgence. There is a whole bunch of difference holding up a ruler and saying this is going to drop this much and living there and wading through water. For correction, this property runs west of Carl Street and lines with Highway 43, correct? Is that where this property is? And so on the west side of that, between here and Carl Street, is a subdivision that's been put in already with the streets and everything. Is that correct? Have any of you ever drove over there? There is a ditch there level with the road that's at least 8 feet deep. And all that water is going to go flying through there. Anytime you start moving dirt, you're going to start changing the direction of the water, and it's going to create another problem. At the end of Carl Street, my neighbor that lives across the road, every time it rains hard, has to get his sump pump out and drain his yard. That's now. We've had over 10 inches of water 10 inches of rain in the last 3 weeks. Between my yard, and I live 23063 Lawless Road, between my yard and my neighbor's yard, our main drainage is our water meter hole right now. And to think that somehow the water's just going to typically drain the way it's going to drain, it is. But we can alter it, and we will alter it when we start moving dirt and putting in new homes. That's number one. Number two, we've got more traffic through there now than we can handle. It is absolutely absurd, especially when school starts. It's going to create even more of a situation and a problem. They use Lawless Road as a racetrack.
We've had one little girl already hit there. I don't know, they had the life flighter to Springfield, Missouri. Haven't heard anything since then. I stood in my yard and watched 2 boys line up with their cars and drag race east on Lawless Road. There is, if I can't call a city, part of us is in city, part of us is out of the city. If I call the county, I had a guy gonna threaten me. I called the county, they never showed up. And I did on the race, people racing too. So we got that whole area, especially when that got duplexes, they have duplexes. We have kids abundantly, and there's no traffic. It's got signs, kids playing. They don't pay a bit of attention. But when school starts, especially as they add more houses, up, down, round, front, back, I'm telling you, it's caused a tremendous health issue, safety issue. What I mentioned a while ago, it's doing things right or doing the right things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Is there anyone else? If not, directors, do I have a motion to?
Madam Mayor, I do have
sorry?
a question. Bringing up the safety, I appreciate that. With the extra traffic, I know I've kind of harped on this before, but I do want to say, again, we really need a sidewalk there between Carl and Allen. I think the school's even maybe going to something where they're going to encourage more walking if you're within a certain distance from the school. I'm not sure when that's going to take place, but we really do need a sidewalk. So, Christina, whatever you can do to put that back on the list. I know we got a crosswalk, but from Carl on whatever side down to Allen would be helpful.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I wish every new housing development for the last 10 years had the culverts that Ron had put in this drawing, because it would have prevented a lot of the problems we've had over the last 10 years. Directing the water where it should go and have detention ponds. We have a lot of detention ponds that never have any water collected. And I remember it was Bruce Kemet, the city engineer, who insisted we have all these detention ponds everywhere, and then they never fill up. And you probably remember it was detention ponds everywhere, and they never fill up. But if every housing development had this type of culvert, it would have probably prevented it. As it is now, I'm remembering what I just stated. I think we're having too many homes, so I'm sorry, Ron, I have to vote no. I can't see more homes in that area until we get a handle on drainage.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Brad?
Yep, so I'll just, my first 2 terms on the board were Ward 2 when this was going on out there, and I remember meeting with folks about annexation to alleviate future safety concerns, and I stated on this board that we are inheriting a problem, and now we have that problem. Part of that is folks that believe they're going to live in the county next to the city and then want city to solve county problems. And so if you don't annex in, we can't. And it just, we've inherited a problem. And this neighborhood, this division out here, this development, it's going to happen. And it is going to be a burden on the city, but the particular problem just mentioned by the resident out there is you need to get a hold of your Benton County judge and give him an earful, because that's where the response is. The county does have an office, a satellite station located on Mount Olive Street, and you should be asking the county why they do not have a patrol officer over here on a 24-hour basis. That's the real question.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David?
That satellite station has not been manned, I think, maybe a week in all since it first got put up. It's been a joke. It's an empty office. This location on Lawless Road, I said years ago, it is surrounded on 3 sides. Why have we not annexed this property? I swear, I was told management doesn't want some of the people that live there in the city limits. They don't want them running for city board. That's what I was told. So I'm just telling you, it doesn't matter what management wants. If we want this to be annexed, then we ought to make a motion to annex it. No one should have to be saying, I'm waiting 2 hours for a sheriff or whatever, because they're in the county. We have a whole lot more deputy sheriffs around Siloam than we ever used to, and I'm appreciative of that. We really do. But this part right here should have been annexed a long time ago, and it's been ignored, and we need to do something about it.
Yes, Lisa?
Just a quick note, Judge Maureen will be in Siloam tomorrow at the Kiwanis, and it's a public meeting if you want to go. He'll be there to speak. So, Judge Maureen, he's over the county.
Anyone else? Okay, then we are going to move on. I'm going to ask if, I'm sorry, public comment has closed. I'm sorry, Diana. So do I have a motion to approve Resolution 29-25 with listed conditions?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Carol?
Yes.
Blair?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Wiles?
Yes.
Hunt?
Yes.
Rissler? Yes. Allen?
No.
Motion is approved for Resolution 29-25. And before we go any further, I am going to excuse myself from this meeting. I will leave my husband stranded. If I do not, he is without a vehicle. So, David, as Vice Mayor, if you will take over, please, sir. And thank you all very much.
One more thing. You can't leave Bill stranded.
No, we can't.
Knew this would go so long. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did we have a vote on that? Yes. Next agenda item is letter 0, Resolution 30-25, the preliminary plat development permit for Winding Springs Phase 1 addition at the 20,000 block of Bruce Rutherford Road. Discussion? Ben?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, Ben Rhodes, Senior Planner. Yes, as the Vice Mayor stated, we're at 20,000 block of Bruce Rutherford. This is the Winding Springs development that was recently rezoned to PD. This is, I'm not going to go through all this because it's a lot here to go through, but it is for a lesser part of the development at this time. There's 111 lots. The full development was 229. We are at 51.14 acres. This was tabled at the Planning Commission due to some issues with a roundabout design, as you might remember from the Winding Spring that had the roundabout. That's no longer considered part of this proposal because we're trying to allow for additional time to get that alignment worked out with the roundabout. Here we have the proposal with the different areas. This is, again, matching to the approved PD zoning that was established for this area. We have the 4 different sub-areas include traditional single family with the rear loading garage on an alleyway, single family with a shared wall. That would be the resemble duplex, but they would be individual units with a shared wall. And then we have the green area, which is the open space. Design matches the conditions that were added with the PD zone that was included with the packet. Proposed layout does allow for different egresses. One that goes through the Grandview, and the second goes up to Highway 412 as well for the initial phase, and eventually there will be another road that connects back down to the roundabout, but that's not included as part of this proposal at this time. Here you see the proposal. Everything, again, is just the northern section of the development, so the southern will come in later, different time. We have a connection that could eventually go up to Highway 59, but that is not I'll point that out. That's this one right here. That is not an actual alignment at this time. It's just a potential stub-out street. I've already mentioned the roundabout. Again, that's being delayed primarily because of a school district issue. They own property to the south. We want to make sure that the roundabout works for them as well as for the development. The addition does meet all drainage standards. No driveways will be included onto the street, the main north-south street at this time with the current proposal. Our separate landscape plan was included, which includes trees in front of each of the units. And then here you see the final layout. The purple shading is the phase 1. That's what's being included with this proposal. Planning Commission reviewed it. They do recommend approval as presented, and we do not need any conditions. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Ben, you said none of the homes' driveway will come out on the main north-south, but it looks like in the yellow area, they do.
And a future phase, that's not what's being considered this evening.
Okay.
Only the purple is what's being considered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Betsy.
So I have issues and safety concerns. So the road that's going to go north-south eventually will be a continuation from 59 down to where Kenwood goes south. And even though my biggest concern is farther south in that next phase, that road still has a curve, which means it's going to curve. They're going to have those houses. I know it's in orange or whatever along the west side. Those are the ones that open, the driveways go out onto a collector street. So this initial phase is going to affect where my biggest concern is. I'm not even sure where to start. So there's a school I go past in Rogers, an elementary school that's fairly new. Next to that school, right by that school, it's an old neighborhood, and it's a collector street. And the driveways empty out onto that collector street. So when I'm driving down that street, the driveways are parked up. I can't see the yards. I can't see if there are kids in the yard. I see, and they're starting with the curve, and as it works its way down, this is an accident waiting to happen when a ball rolls into the street, because the person driving down the road can't see into the yard, and people will say, oh, like they can't park on the street. They're going to park on the street. They're going to park up the driveways, and we've got a collector street with emptying driveways onto it. That's not okay, and they're going to have to, before I will vote for any of this, they will have to change it from the top all the way down. Those houses that empty onto the collector street, they need to go away. Because the other issue, well, one of many issues, there's going to be a straight shot from up north all the way down. Talk about a racetrack. Wow. So now you've got this basically straight shot through town, one of the few places you can get from north to south. And now you've got little kids playing in the yard and people hauling down that street. Can't see the little kid playing in the yard until it's right in front of you. This is an accident waiting to happen, because those are going to be tons of families, because it's going to be right across from the bus barn and the new elementary school. And so then you're also going to have, on this street, you're going to have the cars backing out from their driveways. So we're looking at one point it was 18 homes, all the cars backing out onto this 2 or 3 lane street, which over time, because it's going to get super busy, we know it will eventually become probably a 4 or 5 lane street like like happened in Springdale. And now you have cars backing out into the street. It is not appropriate on any level to have the street curve to do a roundabout. The first roundabout is for school buses. I don't even know what to say about that. The highway, the street could go straight through, but they'll have to remove those houses that go out onto the collector street, which should be removed anyway. It's dangerous. And like I said, there's going to be speeding. We got a letter from a citizen who addresses all these things quite well. So unless they want to change that curve and take out the houses farther down, because it starts at the top that we're voting on tonight, there is no way I can ever vote on being okay with this the way they've got it. That is an accident waiting to happen, and it will happen. It's going to be full of kids, and we shouldn't allow a collector street. And I know in other parts of town, we have not been okay with that. And in the letter that was written to the board, we have examples of the rationale on not allowing the collector street. And we didn't allow it in Grandview and in Dura Park, and another new subdivision prohibited allowing driveways onto the adjacent collector street. And as this citizen says, it'll result in on-street parking. Simply calling it a collector street or installing no parking signs will not prevent this. Grandview and Foxtail are good examples. It's a safety issue for the kids, for the motorists. Yes, so I am not in favor of even the beginning division because it starts with that collector street, and there's nothing about it for me that is okay and safe.
Betsy, the email you talked about, when did that get sent?
It's in our board packet.
Oh, it's in the board packet?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
on page 42.
I didn't know if you meant
142
it had
of the board
been
packet.
sent to us separately. We've had so many
No,
going to junk, so I
It
didn't.
was to the Planning and Zoning
Okay.
Board.
Well, echoing what you have stated, my concern is even with a bit of a hump or curve in that north-south road, we have more than enough accidents at 412-59 as it is. And now if you're going to have 59 going south or coming from Gentry and be able to go all the way through that, if it's green, you're going to have even more risk, especially if they are realizing that once they get on the other side of 412, it's still straight. There's no turns to get into housing. There's no, there's a bit of a curve, but there's not like a right angle. And I was telling Chris earlier, like, when you think about the bird streets coming off of Sherry Whitlock, you go a certain, and then there's a 90-degree angle to go down the street, so nobody can just. And this is, people talk about 3-mile lane, this is gonna be like 5-mile lane once this thing's done, if it gets connected to 59. And I think there would have to be further work past this addition, right, Chris? I mean, this is not connecting to 59 now, but down the road it could, right?
That's correct. It's the
There's some
Collector
commercial
Street
there
is
now,
being
right?
proposed at this location.
Yeah.
In general, because the master street plan, I believe, calls for
That's correct.
It's a proposed
it's a step
collector
out.
street.
Yeah.
But it
So
would
it's
still
dubbed to the
be-
north. That'll have a future connection to.
Yeah,
the 59.
it would still be something that has to come to the board for approval. Yeah.
That's correct. The north side of this, either through development or through I doubt we would ever have an in-house connection. It would probably come through a future development, would have to come through the board unless the board made changes to allow the planning commission to make those types of considerations.
Anyone else?
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
I know the property owner, he reached out to me at the first of the year concerned about 59, so the extension of 59 is going to be very expensive on the buyout. But mine is, I feel like Director Hunt, on B5, staff analysis, general summary, billet number 3, However, the full proposal is for approximately 229 lots. The final total is now known at this time, so is it not known at this time?
To see what,
Is that what it's meant to say, or was I reading it wrong? It was earlier when we first got it, so I was fairly coherent.
I'm just getting to the spot on the report you're referring to. Let's see.
The later phases
Yeah,
will be
yeah,
platted.
yeah. So the 111 single-family residential lots, various.
Next one, third.
And then, yeah, the full proposal is for 229 lots. I think that's just a typographical error in that.
You're welcome.
So, but yeah, what the takeaway from that is just that the full proposal is 229. Right now, we're looking at 111.
We need to change that to not known at this time? Is that correct?
Yeah, I have to see what I was referring back to see if final totals. Yeah, I mean, it would, that's the number of lots is 229. I mean, I don't know the final total, maybe referring to if they wanted to add additional lots later on because it was in concept with the zoning, but the official total is 111.
Let's not beat it up. So you need to change that to not known at this time.
Yes.
And I learned that because I was the last person to go through the UDC one-on-one, and Director Hunt did a lot of grammar correction, and I picked up on that. Thank you, Director Hunt.
Send them a bill, right? You'll send them a bill.
Exactly, yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Any other board member? Anyone from the public?
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jewel Street. Vice Mayor and Board of Directors. The last development we talked about, I was mentioning Ron Holmeyer, and I asked him, he's worked here 25 years in this area, and he doesn't have a single project that he's done in those years that is a flooding issue. But I do have some questions about how good the quality of this development will be with whoever is developing this. Is, you know, is this going to be the quality of Ron Holmeyer's projects? So thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Directors. Taylor Lindley with Crafton Toll & Associates. I haven't been practicing for 25 years, but I am a licensed civil engineer in the state of Arkansas, and I'm held to the same standards that Ron is held to. So I can't speak to that. As far as comments and conversation related to this project so far, related to the lot count, the unknown portion of it is basically what we have to lose on the south end of the site related to the roundabout or potential roundabout. Like we mentioned, everything in red and orange on this sheet has been removed from this consideration because of conversations with the school district, conversations with the city engineer, with staff as a whole, whether or not a roundabout even makes sense there. It may or may not happen. Alignments, a lot of technical designs goes into that, and then obviously the school district wanting to preserve as much space as they can for future development on their property. Related to the phase one portion, I think Director Blair, you pointed it out most directly, is the curve that we're starting. That is not related necessarily to the lots on the south end of the site. There is a jurisdictional wetland in that area, and so we need to preserve that no matter what we do with the south side. So I would encourage you to consider that in your decision. We are happy to look further at the orange and red phases. Don't even know which one of those will be phase two and which one of those will be phase three right now, depending upon where the roundabout falls, the conversation falls. I don't disagree. We need to relook at driveways onto that road, Collector Street. or not allowing it. There is a block, the block kind of middle, east of that road would all be alley loaded, so they wouldn't have driveways on them. Those would not involve that. So all the driveways that are currently shown on the collector street are just in the orange on the very south end of the site. So we can reconsider that, but again, future phase, not a part of what's being approved tonight. And so I guess what I would ask for you to consider with this is, no matter what we decide with the future phases, with the roundabout, any of that, it doesn't change the current design for phase one. That road will start to curve because of the jurisdictional wetlands, what we have to preserve for drainage purposes, and then everything else in purple would stay the same from there. So I'm available for any other questions you might have. Happy to address them, and appreciate your consideration.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Betsy?
so that little leg that's sticking down in purple, on, I don't know how to say it.
Yes.
Thank you, Vanna.
Yes.
So the road cannot go through there.
Correct. So right now, that's going to be preserved as common property, drainage area. There's an existing pond in that block that's kind of just to the southwest of the purple leg, it's kind of west and southwest. So that's the existing pond for the subdivision below us. So we'll be collecting drainage from them. That's all coming on to us. And then we're discharging north, kind of northwest-ish along that drainage path. We do have the same culvert designs requirements. We're not in a floodplain, so not as restrictive as the previous project, but still do have to design culverts appropriately to get the water under the streets. But all of that area in the purple that's feeding along that collector road will be open space drainage area. Correct.
I can be on board with this initial phase, but I will point out every time, unless y'all change that, how dangerous that is. And that is gonna be an entire neighborhood full of kids. And yeah, especially after driving down the street in Rogers, that's like that.
Understood. I think to the point earlier, the master street plan calls for the collector street, so we're required by code to present the collector. And so what we need to look at, again, is the future phases and how the lots orient that collector street. And we can consider that for the future phases for sure.
I don't think, and a lot of times we haven't allowed it, any driveways should open onto a collector street. And like I said, and that one's gonna be a racetrack. And to have driveways opening onto it is danger backing out, danger with the kids, so I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, we can take that under consideration for sure.
Since we were talking about drainage a moment ago, you're talking about this square is detention pond. It says detention pond in that
That's an
square.
existing detention pond southwest of
already
us that we're
existing.
taking water from. It's all coming on to us. So we would not be allowed to prohibit the flow of that water, all of our grading, or we're not even disturbing that area because that's all the
It
jurisdictional
says there's
wetland.
like an irregular, it just says pond within that purple area. That's part of the green space, I guess you could
Yeah,
say.
we'll be building a detention area outside of the wetlands that corresponds with the wetlands, and that whole path will be the drainage area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Brad?
So I remember we did a PD workshop and I walked that property, and that detention pond on the other is an example of a direction we want to get away from. And what I really appreciate here is walking the raw land is using the wetland area as an asset to the development. And it has some real potential for educational purposes, and but this could be a great template for future developments. I'll use Lawless Road as an example. Is just it's okay to leave large green spaces in a development. That's really what makes these nook neighborhoods an area that people want to live in. And so I'm excited to see, how you guys develop that and maintain that. It could be a great example going in the future development. So that's appreciated. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh, I already offered it to the public, so now we're back to anyone else with the board.
Do I hear a motion to approve Resolution 30-25?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? If not, roll call.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
No.
Carroll.
Yes.
And with that, we go to our administrator's report. Thank you.
Currently, there are no expenditures in excess of 30,000 or for utilities per Resolution 11-25. The upcoming fourth Friday, as mentioned earlier this evening, is Art in Motion. It's July 5th from 4 to 8 p.m. in Twin Springs Park. Copper Flats will be at the Chautauqua Amphitheater at 6:30 p.m. And other activities include Chalk It Up Art Competition, the Art Camp Gallery in the library, bike decorating and parade, and food trucks and other vendors. Siloam Springs was ranked number 9 in Arkansas's latest peopleforbike.org city ratings. And these rankings highlight cities that are working to make biking better and more accessible for everyone. You can now search burial records and navigate Oak Hill Cemetery right on your phone. So there are QR codes posted in the cemetery that you can click your phone on, and it will help you navigate. Also, that information is still available online. And finally, be sure to check out the sunflowers that are in bloom by the transfer station. The community services team planted those earlier this spring. That's all I have.
Thank you, Christina. That is pretty cool to use technology to help people navigate that cemetery. And next, we will do director's reports. Ms. Hunt, Director Hunt, do you wish to start?
I'll just say, boy, do we know how to clear out a room. And good
Not
night.
a single person left in the audience. Oh, that's all? All right, Ken? Betsy?
Good night.
Lisa?
I want to say thank you to the directors for allowing Constitution Camp to come in and be a part of the meeting. And good night.
I know we're in a rush. I will say thank you again to Lisa, Kristen, Gloria for leading Constitution Camp. It's very important that our children learn the next generation of what goes on in our country. I also want to say thank you to Arthur Hulbert, one of the most godly leaders that we've ever seen in this community, and I really appreciate all the hard work he's done in the last 5.5 years. Christina, I know this is something new to you, but at the end of a few years back, we were getting the minutes of planning, parks, all this. It's part of our board rules, but we've not had that in like 1.5 years. So if we could start getting those back into our board packet. And then lastly, just reminding everyone that Weird Al Yankovic's going to be at the AMP on August 3rd, you know. Can't forget such a legend. And Reed, you're up.
God bless.
One thing, following up with Constitution Camp is Arkansas Municipal League has a youth council development program for 10th through 12th grade. And I would just plant the seed, that would be something for us to consider. It's that development for future leaders for this position here. So take a look at that when you get a chance, and that's just a discussion of the future. And with that, I make a motion that we dismiss.
What was the name of the Arkansas Municipal
Youth Council Development.
Youth Council Development. All right, thank you, Brad.
10 and 12th grade.
Second.
Okay, moved that we adjourn, and Reed seconded. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned.